stop there. It builds up, anticipation keeps on going. Every team delivers chicken dinners. Smells delicious.
They're going to have a great shot here, but they're going for the wraparound. And all it takes is one good connection, another name goes in. It's going to be good. It's going to be.
Drops begin to glow, flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show. A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just the drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Today is the day where we will find out which PUBG Mobile team is the best on the planet. What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman and the 7WG. How you guys feeling going into the final day here of the finals?
Oh, it's going to be intense, man. You start with Rondo, you got the Smash ruling in play. It's only the second day of the finals, no third day. So today we will crown a champion. I'm still to know really who it's going to be.
I'm excited for some history. I'm excited to see if Pakistan's going to get their first global championship. And if we're ever, maybe the first time we're going to see somebody winning a global finals via Smash.
Yes! Oh, I'm so excited here. They're definitely in the driver's seat for this one. But before we get into that, of course, we gotta give a big thank you to the Infinix GT50 Pro. With its real liquid cooling, guys, you want to be gaming at 120 FPS. There's the device to do it. So big love to Infinix, guys. I'm so pumped. I mean, it's so crazy to see just how insane of a performance that we saw from Four Thrives.
Unexpected, really. I feel like a lot of people were expecting a strong result from them, especially trying to outdo their top 7 of PMWC of last year. They've outdone it in such a spectacular fashion. I think even the Four Thrives fans maybe were not expecting to such an extent. And their lead, 7, is crazy when you think about the fact it's only been built on 6 games alone.
That's right. Them getting 3 chicken dinners in one day, I was not expecting that. We've seen 2 chicken dinners before from S2G, right, all that stuff, but the consistency and the way that that team was able to do it. By the way, something to note too, they tied the best performance in one day that we have seen so far from a team. They tied Bigatron's performance with 82 points.
What a throwback. What a throwback. It's so crazy. I was looking at all my social medias and they're like, hey, Jukes, remember who you picked. Remember who you predicted. And I responded, I was like, nobody predicted that, all right? Nobody expected Four Thrives to go that crazy. But you know what, guys? We're about to get this show started. We happen to go check out the carnival outside. Let's go ahead and take it on over to a quick video.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Grand Finals, Day 2 of the 2026 PMGO Season 1 main event. I'm Hot Jukes alongside John Allen.
Yesterday was a masterclass in PUBG Mobile. It was a little tricky for some of our teams, but Four Thrives did so much work yesterday, and every squad knows what's on the line. They have to hunt them down.
Man, it's getting absolutely crazy out here.
There is just so much to do with this whole
What up?
thing.
Hey, dude. What's up? We've been checking out the carnival here at PMGO Season 1, and the energy is already intense. It opens up at 1 p.m., and the hype is already incredible.
The experience has been awesome so far, but the vibe is shifting. Everyone's getting ready for that final showdown.
That's right, the Smash Roll is active today. Once the points hit the threshold, it's a race to the final chicken dinner to crown our champion.
The preparation is over. The 16 teams are in their seats, and the arena is ready to explode.
6 matches to decide it all. It's time to take our spots to witness history unfold.
So grab your gear and lock in, and come here to witness history in the making.
The stage is set. Let's get this show on the road.
It's time. Flame on and go.
The time is now, guys. Oh my goodness. We saw Four Thrives. Perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, PUBG Mobile fans around the world, hello Jakarta! The wait is finally over and we are here right now. And the second day of PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 is about to start. Well, today is very special because we have Smash Roll, and the Smash point has been set at 92 points, held by Four Thrives Esports, setting a bar way ahead from everyone to lift the trophy. But it's Smash Rolls, it's kind of different, everything can happen, and the championship might turn its tides. 1 trophy, 1 champion, 1 final day to prove who deserves the crown. So once again, welcome to the second day of PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 main event. So I'm gonna check the hype around Indonesian live audiences here. Jadi halo teman-teman semuanya, para supporter, masih semangat? Coba kita kobarkan semangat kalian lagi ya. Oke, coba kita yell-yell bareng-bareng boleh? Boleh sebelah sini? Aku mau satu stadion, yell-yell bareng-bareng, oke? Ayo, kita start dari yang paling simpel terlebih dahulu. Indonesia! Semuanya! This is it, the special TiVo presented by Indonesian supporter.
A wonderful introduction here in Indonesia. Everybody has been so incredibly welcome, but it's time to get busy, all right? It's time to up that aggression as we take a look at the most used weapons here so far, Max.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you're going to be having your typical outliers. You've got the AUG, you're going to have the M4 and also the S12K in that CQC range. But Focus in particular, what a standout back in EECA for Go, and now doing it also on the global stage. This guy, short range, mid-range, long range, you're never safe when Focus is fighting you.
I wonder, are we going to see some CQC mini action today, Seven?
I'm hoping that it does happen. But I don't know if it's actually going to happen if I think about it, because I'm expecting the day to be over in 4 games.
4 games?
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, same for me. I think 4 games, no Miramar, no S2G comeback.
Man,
No.
I think it's done in 2, all right? I think that we're going to be out of here really quickly because we got Rondo coming up immediately. And 4 Thrives are so far ahead, Max. To get 10 points off the rip shouldn't be too difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's even a bad Rondo. You can say 10 points only, but so far, 4 Thrives and Rondo, it's been a bit shaky.
Let's go ahead and throw it onto an interview with 4 Thrives and see what they have to say.
I'm here with the pride of Pakistan in first place, 4 Thrives after an amazing day. 3 chicken dinners. How were you guys able to achieve such an amazing performance?
If you have players like Pubg, T4, Zephyr, everything is possible.
Well, it definitely showcased. Now, there's only going to be one question. With the lead that you guys currently have, teams are going to be hunting you down. Are you ready for teams to hunt you down tomorrow?
Of course, man. We are ready for tomorrow. We will fight them.
Can you win via Smash?
Yeah, man, 100%.
Let's see if 4 Thrives got what it takes to become the champion of PMGO Season 1.
Let the hunt begin, and one team that's definitely going to be hunting him down is going to be Aurora, 7.
That's right, and one thing I wanted to just stand out is Husaifa's performance. This is his first global finals, and that man is currently living up to expectation from what all the Pakistan audience told us. Now, as they mentioned in that interview, I was wondering if they're going to be ready, and it looks like they are going to be ready because a lot of teams, Max, I feel like they're going to be hunting them down.
I wonder if they're just going to drop somewhere different on Rondo just to avoid the early skirmish of Yulin or the side of Neox Factory. It would be a strat that you don't need to go 20 eliminations, you know, in a chicken dinner. 10 points here, 7. That is all you need to enter that Smash zone.
Well, I did get a chance to talk to them, and they did say they're going to be hunting down that hot drop. You know, they're going to be able to try to get some of those eliminations off the rip, and Rondo is definitely the place to do it. But at the end of the day, Aurora's going to be chasing him down. Let's go ahead and take it to a quick interview with Reefus to hear what he had to say as well.
Everyone, Maxman here, joined by Reefus, the savior of Aurora Gaming. Of course, day 1 was looking a little bit rough at the start, but at the end, you guys had a good finish. But Rondo in particular, you guys got hot dropped on by Boom Esports, and I really want to know, any changes will be happening on Rondo being such an important map?
За, Reefus танай өнөөдөр Рондо дээр хамт багтаа буусан бол маргааш танай зүгээс ямар нэг өөрчлөлт оролт төлөвлөгөө байгаа юу?
За, өнөөдрийн хамгийн ихний матч Рондо дээр Кал дээр тэгээд манай Бостон дээр 2 газар тэрсэн байгаа. Тэгээд маргааш үед ямар нэг өөрчлөлт гарахгүй бид дахиад буугаад ирж байна.
For us in the first game of the day, we were hot dropped on the both spots that we usually do. And for tomorrow, we're not going to change. We're just going to keep our drop spot. And I will say, like, guys, come to us again.
Oh, okay, that's going to get real spicy on Rondo. Thank you very much, Reefus, for joining me on the interview, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Woo! That's what I like to hear. They said, bring it, Max.
Oh, yeah, and actually, very interesting piece of insight because we know they got hot dropped on by the side of Boom, and I was able to talk to actually Yummy from Boom.
Yummy!
And I was like, are you guys going to hot drop again on that 3-1 split next to Yulin of Aurora? And he said, oh, hell yeah. So we might be having Boom versus Aurora, round 2 Electric Boogaloo 7.
But is Top going to be there with them, or what is Top going to be doing? Because remember, Top got hunt down yesterday
on the recall.
And he threw off their whole strategy. They wanted to be aggressive, but you can't be aggressive when that recall player gets eliminated.
That's the issue, right? You lose your recall player, they had to run away. Zero just saved the day for them. They can't afford the same mistake this time around.
Well, let's take a look at the overall rankings. This is where all our eyes are focused on. All these players have been studying here. And the chase for 4 thrives begins right here, 7.
I'm going to be looking at some of those teams that are chasing them. You're looking at GOAT right now in 2nd place. This squad needs to start getting more eliminations. Their best matches came in Miramar, and as I just said, I really don't see today going to Miramar. So if they want to even have a chance, a slight chance, Max, of catching up, those eliminations in Rondo, see if you can get 20, GOAT.
Hey, we'll see how it's going to be going for them. I'm going to go 1 slot lower for Furia. They were the team to win Rondo yesterday, right?
Yep.
And looking at 48 points, they're going to be, where's that, 34 points away from the side of 4 thrives. 1 massive Rondo, and they could be back in the race. This Rondo is going to dictate, really, Hot Jukes, the entirety of today if teams have a chance to play catch-up with the big boys of 4 thrives.
You know, and speaking of catch-up, you know, Furia, it's not like this is a super unfamiliar situation for them to be in, right?
No, exactly. I mean, looking at their position, they've had also some big comebacks in the past, and they've been able to actually smash it. Well, no, I really smashed it. Actually outdo the side of Alpha 7 back in America, so they know how to play with a smash ruling in effect. But on the second page, Hope is an all-time low right now, 7 realistically.
It's just a lot of copium here for the Indonesian audience. You have BTR, you have Pandem 15, 6th place. You hate to see it. But if we know anything, is that those squads are going to be looking to bounce back. Now, when I say bounce back, I'm not talking about them actually trying to go for that championship. They are going to be looking to save face and get good performances. So with all those other teams at the top that are trying to hunt down 4 thrives, it's going to become even harder because 4 thrives, I mean, even if you remove the placement points, I think they will still be in 1st place.
Third place, actually. Third place tied with Aurora. Yes.
Okay, I'll give you a little candid. I talked to some of the teams and I was like, guys, what are you going to do to stop 4 thrives? And they were like, honestly, we hope they just don't show up tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Because if they do, it's going to be really dang tough.
Well, bad news for them. They're here.
They're here.
They look focused. And they already said plenty of times that they are prepared for teams to actually chase them, for teams to maybe get into the way of their rotations. And that's one thing I really want to kind of expand on for the viewers, because we always talk about hot drops. Not necessarily am I expecting that to happen. It's going to happen, obviously, in Rondo. It's just the name of the game. But when we go to Erangel, we're going to be looking for teams setting themselves up to just stop their rotations. One team that might actually surprise us is going to be Aurora, because they do end up landing very close when it comes down to military.
Almost definitely. They're going to be trying to chase them down if possible on that western bridge on Erangel. They're looking at the overall race to the finals. MVP Focus really came out of nowhere. We didn't expect him to be number 1 after such a dominating performance, but all the members of 4 thrives are here. And of course, 24 IQ, Ayala, and Falak Desert. But I do want to say, I checked out the stats. In 7th place is Doc. Actually, right? So he's actually a little bit low this time around, and he got MVP last year out of nowhere. So keep an eye out. If he gets some good amount of points today, Doc could snatch it away from himself once again.
Yeah, this was a complete surprise, right? I mean, you saw 82 points on the side of 4 thrives. How could it be anybody else's MVP? But GOAT showed up big. They're pretty much the closest team that could possibly catch him here. They're going to be going into Rondo. And 7, when it comes to GOAT, we know what they're going to do, right? They're going to go crazy right off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, I just got done talking about GOAT, so I actually want to talk about a different team. I'm going to be talking about 7-1, and I'm going to just double down on Aurora. Aurora's performance yesterday, especially when we ended up going to Miramar, which is usually not a good game for them, they ended up getting 12 eliminations. After that, they got a 4th place finish with 6 eliminations. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because the momentum is currently on their side. And if I had to pick a team out of all the ones that are currently in range to actually catch up to 4 thrives, it would have to be Aurora. But it has to happen in Rondo Max, and I'm really scared to see what's going to happen in regards to those hot drops.
It's definitely going to get a bit spicy going on to those hot drop locations. I'm actually going to be paying attention to the Turkey team of Ulf Esports. One of their best, if not their single best finish yesterday on the island just outside of Boatyard, having the 4 players all alive and actually able to claim that chicken dinner for themselves. Hunting impact finally, as the Wolves should be trying to do. And they got 2nd place in PMGC. They know how to remain near that podium until the very bitter end on this global stage. I think Ulf has a lot of opportunities to make that ascent. And 1st place is really tough, but 2nd place maybe for Ulf is possible.
Yeah, talking about squads that were looking to save face, I mean, I was talking about the Indonesian teams. Another one that performed really well at the start yesterday was Horror Esports.
Yes.
I mean, this squad has not been at a global event in quite a minute, and I'm glad they started off the day like that, but they ended up disappearing. The only reason why I want to bring them up is because they did end up getting 17 eliminations. Please keep in mind, some of these squads need to be careful, especially the squads that are currently in the top 5. Not necessarily 4 Thrives in the first game, but the other squads, because Rondo is such an important game that you can sponge up so many points when it comes down to eliminations.
Oh, most definitely. But actually, I'm going to go on another team. We're just talking about some
Okay,
squads
yeah,
right
go
now.
down the
I'm
list.
loving
Go
it.
down
Just
the
speed
list.
fire. TT Project, 14th position. Keep in mind, when it comes to the ECA region, they're competing for one of the slots to make into PMWC at the Esports World Cup in Paris. Then 14th position, their goal here, Hot Troops, is to make it in 11th position. If they do so successfully today, Vicious out of PMWC and TT Project will be snatching that spot for themselves.
That's brutal. So yeah, TT Project, we're talking about teams that just want to save face. That's one team that does have a big goal right ahead of them, right? So they could definitely make that happen here. One thing that we don't normally see when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports is wild adaptations towards the end. If you want to see some teams at the bottom save face after all, they're going to have to extend this tournament all the way, all 6 matches. Do you think we're going to see one of these bottom teams possibly go out of their way to take out 4 Thrives, Max?
Ooh, I mean, yeah, I think that especially Seven's already kind of talked about this. I think that teams might just try and get between the play zone and 4 Thrives because everyone, right, especially the viewers at home too, I'm sure, know where they drop on Arango, as you said, right, 7 Western Bridge. I think that not only Aurora could try and be a little bit of an issue, right? You could see some other teams like maybe Pandem. They're just at the bottom. If they see 4 Thrives, if they get a knock onto them, maybe they'll just full commit because they really don't have that much to lose.
Well, let's focus a little bit on 4 Thrives in regards to what this team needs to do to actually become a champion and become a champion via Smash Roll. They need to tighten up that gameplay in regards to something that I didn't quite enjoy yesterday that they did in their first win, and that was just unnecessary fights that led to just them losing players. Who's Sci-Fi going on Furia? I'm talking about the second Erangel. It was just one of those unnecessary fights that they didn't need to take. I'm hoping that they went back, even with such a big lead, and realized in that situation, you know what, let's play our numbers, let's play our strength, let's stick together and focus and see how we can get a chicken dinner.
It's going to be nice to see how that's going to be working out for 4 Thrives. But actually, I kind of want to ask you the question because I brought up the potential topic of Boom, hot dropping again the sign of Aurora. If you are Aurora, I mean, of course, they said they want to try and commit to it, but I feel like giving it up or going for another recall tower that's not far from Yulin, but not the exact specific one, would be such a good strat just to avoid that whole interaction we saw yesterday.
For Aurora, that will definitely set the tone, right? If we do see them hot drop, in a way, it's kind of like, it's a gray area. It's them waving the flag, but also sending a signal that they're going to continue to be aggressive. They're not going to change their gameplay to anybody. We saw them do that at PMGC when it came down to drop locations in Miramar. It was a whole thing all over social media. And for them, I generally just don't see them giving up that drop.
Yeah,
the
I
smart
think so.
play would be to give it up, though.
Yeah, just like Whitebeard. No scars on their backs. They never ran away from a foe. And I feel like that is exactly what we're going to be seeing happening on that hot drop. Unless maybe they regroup all onto top and then actually are ready to fight Boom and then engage into Yulin afterwards. That could be an idea.
What if they maybe end up setting some kind of trap for other teams that are going to want to get top?
Or like
They're
around
expecting the same thing. Yep, they could be expecting the same thing. Use him as bait. You do get that recall in Rondo, and if it ends up going their way, guess what? 4 eliminations.
So I have an idea. You do a 2-on-1 split. You send players inside Yulin, you leave that off-angle play if you want over there, and you get another recall tower under protection if you want. And you kind of, even if you do lose that one solo player and Boom hot drops you, you can still salvage it.
Now, for all the viewers, the main reason why we're focusing so much on Aurora, we have seen them win before in Rondo, and they can do it in a big fashion. They are one of those teams that can send a statement, get 30 points, close that gap, and make sure they also put in the contention to just reach the threshold for the Smash Zone, because that's going to be a big play here, especially for 4 Thrives in the first match.
That's what we need to see, a crazy 30-point game. That strategy has to come out. The aggression has to be there. Even if you're in a safe spot in the center, you're going to have to go out and hunt down those eliminations. One team in particular that you saw some signs of life from, right? And they've been a little bit quiet here is Team Flash, Max. How do you feel about them?
I was going to say I saw no signs of life, actually, from Team Flash. They did so good back in the survival stage. Really massive step up from this team. And they just disappeared in the finals. I feel like we are seeing a bit of a repeat, right, Seven, for the PMGC Grand Finals of last year, where they are able to qualify through, and then they're at the bottom of the rankings. I feel like they still need a bit more experience and a bit more exposure to the international stage of PUBG Mobile Esports to get those results. But yesterday, I couldn't even tell you what was going wrong because I just didn't see them in those late game scenarios very often.
They weren't really giving us anything to talk about. I mean, their best game was at 5th place, 5 eliminations. When we're talking about some of the other squads that were just outperforming, fragging out players as well. I went up and talked to Ayala from Furia, and I asked him, what did you do this morning differently? He's like, I don't know. I don't know what happened today. And I looked at him straight in the eyes and told him, please, do that again. Let's see if you can at least try to go for that 2nd place.
I feel like if he knew what he did, he would do it every day. Try and make it work out.
You can take a look here at some of the map top performers as well in Rondo there. 10 eliminations, that's pretty good.
I mean, yeah, Sky is just a legend from Nepal. He's been doing so good. And yeah, currently looking at their position, 10th ranked, but the one big outlier for them yesterday was that Rondo. 2nd place, right? Almost got ruined by Ketch of actually the side of Ulf, that just came out of nowhere with the P90. But Hora, I feel like if we can see results outside of Rondo, top 5 would be in the cards. I would be very happy to see a top 5 finish coming out from Hora, but they're just too reliant on that Rondo that can go all great because they won that Yulin hot drop at the start, and then it can go terribly and you get a 0-pointer. So Hora is going to be good to see how they do on Rondo, but the other maps, they need to get some points on those rankings.
For Hora, you got to start thinking about that money, baby. How high can you climb up on that leaderboard? Because if they do end up finishing in 10th place, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be 11,000. Now, if you get into a top 3 situation, that's going to be 20,000. I don't know about you guys, but $20,000
That's good money.
A lot better.
That's good money. You got to be able to get as much cash as you can. This is opportunity here. I mean, we're not going to be able to see a global event for a good couple of months. So if you can put it all on the line, you have to. Now, we did see some map change rotation. You know what? Never mind. We are getting into match number 1. We are finally headed into Rondo. Teams need crazy eliminations in this game, Max. Let's see if they're going to get them.
They're going to send it. Oh, we're going to have the double plane. Is the plane path going to be good for the likes of Neox Factory or Yulin? It is going to be good for Yulin and Neox Factory.
Wow.
The hot drop's going to happen, but Boom and Aurora, what's going to go down on Rondo?
For some of these squads, if you ever wanted to change it, if you had complaints about the plane path depending on where it was going, those are all out of the window. This could have been one of the best plane paths they gotten.
This is literally the hot drop plane path that we just got on our screens. We'll see how things are going to be going down for these squads, but of course, everything is going to be intense from the very get-go of Day 2 of these PMGO Season 1 finals.
You couldn't design it any better. 4 Thrives fans, stand up, get ready to see if they can hang on. Indonesian fans here locally are looking for their squads to make a crazy comeback. But we're getting into the action here off the rip. Let's go ahead and throw it on over to our casters.
The drops are hot, and it's going to get hotter. We are ready for Rondo, and Team Flash are getting stuck straight in. We are going to go 1-for-1 right now on the trades, on the Nox with 7-2-1. They dropped out nice and early over towards that northwest side blank. We're not in board with Yulin and Neox Factory just yet. They're just about to touch ground, though.
Absolutely, and Yulin looks absolutely stacked in terms of players, and we are getting our circle over towards here. It favors 4 Thrives, but can they stick around in this location long enough? Huzaifa headed over towards Neox. They're their backup drop, and to be honest with you, where the circle currently lies actually isn't terrible if they do need to fully re-res on that side of things, but teams are going to be hunting them down today. I talked to Noki beforehand. He said that this team lives and dies by that momentum. When they're going strong, when they're going hard, then they can keep going harder. But if they slow down early on today, it could be detrimental to their performance. Now, the guys on the desk, they set it up very well, John. The top 5 essentially need a 30-point game. There's a lot of teams to take that here.
We'll see if anyone else can try and slip through the cracks as well. Oro were able to take down a player from 4 Thrives early in 7-2-1. Will lose most of their slate as well in the fight with Flash, who play on 3 Elan points now. BTR managing to rack up a point, or a knock certainly, to start things off. Gaining Stars will feel the brunt of the pressure coming through from Razak. A nice spray down for 2. BTR going to pick up the points.
Much needed points as well down at the bottom of the table. It's currently in 4 teams, just lapped TT Project. Furia finding Reefus. Horror continues to go crazy over towards GK Razy with a rundown. It's all popping off here at the 2026 PMGO.
They get a 3rd point to add to their tally. And they're going to roll on forwards now, moving towards that center of the circle. I saw 7-2-1 potentially get caught into a sticky spot over towards Hangshan, but it looks like that recall will be able to come through for 7-2-1. one of our teams really on last shot saloon right now. One of our top 5 contenders to potentially push all the way, so going down to one player this early, not great, but they have managed to get those recalls going on through now.
Aurora currently surrounded by Boom. Make the move in, top goes down, and Yumi will grab him. Straight 1v1-2, nice shots. Aura, no fear. Running up against the 2 players from 4 Thrives up top. 4 Thrives, remember, they need 10 points to get into the Smash zone. If they cannot reach that target this game, they'll have to go again in the next. And Smash won't be in effect until match 3. The 4 Thrives of Rondo is always a great place to get those initial 10 points.
Fortunately, they lost a player earlier on in this fight, remember, Blank. That had to get recalled out all the way over in, I think, pretty
Neox.
close to in Neox, right?
Yeah.
So now they're sort of playing as 2, although there is a 3rd player regrouping onto it, trying to move in on the north side. So potentially Aura could be under threat.
There's a very smart strategy, right? What you do is Hazaifa sits over towards Neox Factory, right? He loots up whilst waiting for the team to conclude their fight. Once he's looted, then he reses Falak, and they rotate him in. Because now they have another looted member in the engagement. IQ opens up towards Kamikaze, and that is 1 point closer to the 92-point threshold.
Looking to keep that pressure going on towards the outside. Horror going fairly low as BTR gets stuck into another scrap on the south area. Looking to try and keep control of that one. Nice and early on the game. Hazaifa does get spotted and flushed away though. And that's going to potentially be that recall being necessary to bring him back into the fight.
Yep, then we rotate Falak in afterwards, but losing a player there is rough, but another point added to the tally of IQ. Apparently just trying to find eliminations wherever they can. They didn't say they'd be changing their playstyle all that much today. They said they were just going to keep it exactly what they were doing yesterday. Just push and push and push, and to be honest with you, yesterday was fantastic. Yesterday was an insanely good day, so if they can even recreate that a tiny bit, they should be fine. Boom. Jabrenki goes down.
Boom are doing pretty well to kick things off. They're up some decent points total. Furia not so lucky. Caught out in the open, down to 1 player now. Ulf, they had some real high points in yesterday's matches, Blank, but they didn't quite push all the way. They were in 1st place at one point. And they would love to get back there, but the gap that sits between them and 4 Thrives is just so monumental, as it is for every single other team. Igor, over by Test Track, unlikely to be able to get the recall there with 4 Thrives having 2 players on spot. And
There's
they have
another.
just added a 3rd point. Blank, 7 more points now needed.
Slowly gaining their way up there. Alaku moves out. BTR, Aries actually able to hold on, and very, very swiftly too. Will start to go down on the upstairs, and Alaku should be picked up here. BTR have a little bit of a last-ditch approach to that one on 7-2 as the rest of the team did move their way in. Octa will run down Sleepy. Aura, it's not a bad start to their game, 4 eliminations, but now we'll need to get a move on, get some more players back up again. BTR trying to confirm over towards a strong position in the center. 4 Thrives will need to regroup eventually. Currently playing 2-2 over towards Neox Factory and then further down towards that southwest edge.
Rolling in Yulin right now. We saw Sky be so dominant in these early game engagements yesterday. It was really quite terrifying. Couldn't quite move through the rest of the day with such fearsome bite behind his bark. Now they're looking to keep this pressure up with 4 eliminations. You're right. I mean, it's not a terrible start. We'll see if they can keep this one moving, though. It was Furia who really gathered momentum into the later part of the game. And now they're back up as 4. They're playing on the northeast side, and actually, they're playing in between the 4 Thrives 2-2 split right now, potentially looking to put pressure on the Neox Factory flank.
Grenade sent over the top by Scarface. Bashes the vehicle out of the way and actually gives him an open target over towards Doc. And this is a difficult position to be going down now for Aurora, because you're already centered up. The odds that you getting yourself another res beacon, quite limited. They're going to have to send out far, but that does mean they're giving up a central position on this one. Ulf quite happy with the way this game's going so far. 4 eliminations, nice central position. Seems that all players have some decent loot on board too.
Joel sending A little bit further out, so he will go for that recall tower on the other side of S2G. 4 Thrives. They found another out in the open, and that's against Furia. They're going to be wary of this enemy, though. They know that they can't give too much ground here, and they're playing as a duo. Another flush would be huge, though, for them. It would just, again, bring them closer to that mark. They'll add it to the tally, and on they go. They're going to have to move south with a circle shift, Blank.
I think there's a very stark difference from yesterday to today already in terms of where these players are going. Beforehand, it was very unlikely to see teams sending center so quickly. There was a lot of edge play, which allowed 4 Thrives to dominate towards the center of the map. This time, not the case. No fear, can't quite find the shots over towards the boys over on Boom, and Yummy having a good time of it the first match.
Tasty with the corner play there. Focus also getting knocked in the meantime for GOAT. Remember, such a powerhouse player to lose that at this point, not ideal. As we hop over to a very central position here, Ulf looking to take control of the west side of this compound with BTR sitting opposite them. BTR are playing as 3. Ulf do, I believe, have all 4 of their players alive. So it could potentially be difficult if BTR want to try and push through, but I don't imagine that they do. Not all the way, at least.
Unfortunate EMP zone over towards the northeast side, going to make rotating in a little bit more difficult for Furia. Might just have to wait this one out as they come in towards the southwest. You've got Ulf here playing in a decent position. Sadly for them, they don't have a huge amount of capability to get eliminations around this area because they're playing towards a small dip right now. It's fairly sloped around that area. And honestly, if Ulf want to make the big run, right, if they want to go the distance, they need those eliminations. So I might have to wait them out a little bit here. 4 Thrives now on their way in, but they're a little bit later than the rest of the teams. Again, a lot of squads tend to slow things down coming in on the second day when you are in contention for that match point, right?
Especially after having already got 4 eliminations. They are now 6 points away from breaking into that smash point area, which is so important. Rack that up, looking to get in towards the top 5 and getting 2 more eliminations. Very, very possible for them to just try and play this one much slower or get the elims as they come, because that's what Yummy's doing. For Boom, they have been pretty brutal on the bottom side, and that is Aura completely out. Eliminated there, 10th place locked in for them.
A very different start to their day than yesterday. Aura was dominating, looked like a demon within the lobby. Irina moves up, Tony K does go down, but not before. They do find a knockover towards Flash in the first place. Bose will finish off the player up front in Tony K. For the Flash, it was a little bit of an awkward regroup here for them, but they managed to get themselves all over. There was a couple of players over towards that northwest side, but they are now in position. We have quite a bit of water down towards that south side. Mormon's going to get the recall, but this is far out the zone, dude. This is a long journey in.
8 eliminations, by the way, Blank, leading the lobby by a margin of 3 at least. And a hard south shift. Ooh, that water gap is nasty. The rotates around this area. I don't think it's going to be pretty. I don't think a lot of teams are going to be happy with this. And a lot of area on that southwest side is completely unoccupied.
Well, it's hard, right? Because now you're forced in a situation where you sort of have to rotate over towards the southeast. If you want to make it round, you could make a late decision now to try and take the bridges on the west side. But if you are the likes of Ulf, if you are like the BTR, it is difficult to make that rotation. 4 Thrives might have just found an opening here. There is a small gap in the circle down towards the southwest. This is where I feel like 4 Thrives do their best work, where they could just make the send, but they're being a little bit cautious about this.
The reason I think they're being cautious is because they're only in 1 vehicle right now. All 4 of them were in the same vehicle, moving down on the eastern side. Grab another vehicle, try and split your bet, right? Hedge it a little bit and go in separately. I think that's what they've managed to find now, though, and they imagine that they're going to be trying to send in a little bit faster at this point.
Making the cross, making the rotate in. For 4 Thrives, going to keep an eye on them just because they are such an important team to take a look at. 7-2-1, we'll see if they take shots over towards 4 Thrives, but it seems they're just letting them pass calmly. Nades coming down from Boom. Boom's in an extremely good spot. S2G rotated towards that south side and have now found themselves in a fight with Boom for one of the most contested areas on the map.
And I don't think that they can push up the hill now, Blank, with TT Project pushing in the west, Aurora and 4Thrives potentially crashing into this. It is such a difficult set of ridges to try and summit. Everybody's going to take shots at you as you try and go up, and Boom can just let you throw yourself across those rocks.
A good spot to play. I mean, down here on this side of the map is all right. Kind of isolate those angles because on the other side, the bank is kind of sloping upwards. So what that does is give you a little bit of isolation. You're going to need some cover off the back of this, though. Vehicles are going to have to go down. You might need some emergency cover flares. But for teams over towards your western side, it's not terrible. GameStar's finding Pandem right now, and Pandem just having a bad time of it. Yesterday, they were able to get themselves a second place. But it really should have been a chicken dinner there versus 4Thrives, but so slow to strike in those final moments.
One player on the inside now, with two players to try and mash up. He's doing a lot of work, though. The GOAT team are getting knocked for 6 by the team at the bottom of the tables. Dubrin does so much now, but his focus,
no.
And he can't find it either. Dubrin, was that a 1v4 against GOAT?
I mean, Jabrenki, he's a good player. He gets it done well. Getting the 1v4 is kind of crazy before he goes down. We'll dig the graves alongside with them. Furia now making their approach. 4Thrives. They've got a split here. This is a nasty cross angle. Furia need to assault one of these positions and fast, but they don't know if it's 2 teams or just for one. And Furia will lose 1. Obviously for 4Thrives, this is a massive deal because this is the chasing team.
But the 2 players have been knocked over on 4Thrives. IQ and Hazaifa have both been knocked here, Blank. With 6 elims, though, they are so close to that boundary. And D24 puts another on the tally.
3 away.
Furia fall. That's their 2 closest competitors now out of this game.
3 away. Falak needs to move over to the 2 players underneath. Boom is sending across with Yummy, though. Just looking for a little scout here. There's 3 eliminations, 3 flushes. But Boom doesn't want to assault. BTR, though, continue their stretch on the northeast side as the arena moves up. 1 goes down, and the second is good, too.
Axel with a chance, does manage to tag the arena on the back line, get the flush in as well. BTR up to 7, steps forwards with the shotgun, but the shots from up the top window there, just too powerful, and BTR are overwhelmed. In the meantime, teams have been trying to pick up their feet because the circle brings us back towards that water.
Very unlikely it's going to end on the northern side right now. If teams want to play a survival play, they can head over towards the bank over on the northern side of Boom, potentially be a really rough circle, a lot of unplayable. Right now, Aurora holding a very good compound down towards the southwest side, but the question is how long it's going to be in play for. 7-2-1 next up to the play. 4Thrives can profit off this one as well. IQ sends some shots in. Malik, though, opens up through the smoke. Great shot. Alaku out. 8 eliminations now for 4Thrives. Getting closer and closer to top 8. Can they get 92 this match?
This is looking gnarly, Blank. They might be able to throw that door open with such a small point difference as well. They just need to survive into the placements. That is such a huge focus that they can draw on now to just get themselves over that line. Get up into 6th place. Very, very possible in a circle like this with so many teams that still need to push their way in.
Boom is so unwilling to push this as well just because they're fending off S2G at the same time. So 4Thrives very much safe by the fact that S2G is looming off in the distance here, and Boom is desperate to hold on to this compound that sits atop the hill. Very, very interesting turn of events. 7-2-1 now making a quick run across, but there's a restabilization coming from 4Thrives. Not sure they were ready to shoot in that moment. Masku gets up to a hard bit of cover.
Safe for the time being. You've still got the rest of the arena to come in from that eastern side, though, and 7-2-1 may feel it. Gaming Stars as well from the south. 4Thrives can chill out a little bit. The north side seemingly not willing to make a move just yet. Gaming Stars could push 7-2-1, and it's an unfavorable fight with 4Thrives that may just push them all the way over that boundary. IQ, he spots the arena moving off in the distance.
This is so funny to me that you're having this situation that anytime a team tries to aggress on 4Thrives, suddenly that team is getting third party or they're being held out. So 4Thrives is essentially guarded by 4 separate teams at the moment. No one can make their way over to them.
They have such a stronghold here. IQ picks up. Was that a knock? Was that a flush? I think it was just a knock so far, but they would love to find more. Another team goes down and one step closer to the placement points. 7-2-1 have Malik down out in the open. I think that was the knock that IQ was able to find for 4 Thrives. The circle gives them the loop as well, and it's going to push it right over towards the Pakistani team. They are having the time of their lives right now.
This is 100% match point. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind at this point with Falak and the rest of 4 Thrives just in this gorgeous position, protected by so many squads on the outside. And this is when you have to change up the game. You have to hunt down these teams, and they're just making it so hard for themselves to even gain more points on the day, because now you open up a 4 Thrives win at any point.
I'm looking up the question of the north side here, Blank. What are Team Flash and Ulf going to do? They could potentially try and ruin 4 Thrives here out on that eastern side. I think for Ulf, it's probably more likely. Team Flash maybe a little bit more of an outside chance, but there's another knock going over and through. That means another team is out, and we are into placements now. They have guaranteed at least one more. 2 more teams need to go down for them to jump up to 2 placements, or a single elimination is what they're looking for.
Just 1 point required now for 4 Thrives. A very, very simple game for them, and they have information, general localization over towards GameStar as well. For 4 Thrives, this could not have gone better for them on this game. And again, they're just a team that's willing to make these pushes.
Wolf finding a spot over towards Team Flash, who have sent 2 of their players across the water on the swim. Got their trunks on. Ulf trying to move in behind them now, though, and it may just be too difficult. There is still a little sliver of that northern side in play, which does make their life a little bit easier.
Getting a knock over towards Boom is nice, though. That's going to open things up, because now they only have 2 guns to face here. 4 Thrives might look over towards Ulf. It's an important team to take shots over towards. Solus is popped out the back of the vehicle, but they get underneath the bank.
9, they've got it. Blank, they've got it. They've got that extra elim now, and 4 Thrives are into the match point with the placement that they'll earn off this game guaranteed. It's very likely that one of those teams on the north goes down soon as well, with Team Flash on the ropes. Top C goes down. We're on 7 teams now remaining, and they are starting to burn through these players.
Just no one's looking at this squad. I mean, it's the important squad to look at, and there feels like there's just been absolutely no attention paid to this team. It's mind-boggling, because it's the squad that needs to go out in this first match on Rondell the earliest. It's unfortunate, it really is. Ulf still doing well, though, as best as they can. Boom up to 8 points on this. They passed that 9th point barrier. Octa finding a shot over towards Falak, though.
It's super resable. They're just so safe on this eastern side. I think you're right, teams haven't pushed into them. I think their position, though, in this match, with these circle shifts specifically, has been pretty unassailable, right? With solid holds, it's been very, very difficult.
Yeah.
The only team that might have been able to do it was Furia earlier on.
Or 7-2-1. I think most of the time when it's come down to it, it's just been other teams third-partying the squad, going for 4 Thrives, and realistically, they set themselves up well, where they have to play on this bank edge, right? Where they have the entirety of this circle over towards the eastern side. They know it's clear, so there's going to be no team shooting them from the back. So we do have to give them credit for that. They place themselves in a position where it's other teams that are going to get assaulted and not them. They're at the back of the queue when it comes to those engagements. Now the real test, 4 Thrives versus Ulf, because with that hard shift over towards the northwest side, that look now seems to be dwindling away from the Pakistani team, but they've already found match point. So their job's technically already done here.
How much further can they go, though? Because even if you do get past match point, remember, you do have to then subsequently get a chicken dinner to get that smash victory, right? And that isn't as simple as just doing it. You have to take those spots. You have to take those knocks, take those fights. So points still very much could come into play here for 4 Thrives. They would love to put more distance between them and Fury. As it sits, they're at least 42 points ahead. So
they're making the push.
Tasty. A big push, not coming through from 4 Thrives, though. It's coming through from Gaming Stars. The Turkish team now look at us slam straight on into the position. But 4 Thrives have managed to heal it up. IQ goes for 1. IQ looks for more, but has to fade back away. The rest of his team now to pick up the mantle, and they are mincing through gaming stars. They put themselves in. The red highlight on the kill feed comes through.
This is just so good from 4Thrives. An unbelievable performance from them. From yesterday, coming into today, Noki said, we're not going to change anything. We're just going to keep going. We don't want to stagnate. We want to stay on fire on these matches, and they certainly have here. There is a bonfire lit beneath the feet of the Pakistani squad. So cool to see here from 4Thrives. And no one else even takes a look in. Technically, their rotation in is not that terrible.
I mean, if you're Boom, I don't think you really need to be stepping out here. They are just holding down their compound. They've profited so much off this. 10 eliminations.
The thing is here, with the speed at which they're differentiating themselves from every single squad in the lobby, I think at this point in time, the only way another team wins this by the end of match 6, if we get there, is by Smash.
They're going to have such a lead. A knock comes through. Octa finally chiming in. A second will be found. More knocks raining down the hill. Balak and T24 could potentially be going down here, but the rest is going to come through as fast as they can pick them back up. Ulf have not been able to move all the way forwards. IQ will keep it together a little bit. There's that first nest and a huge nade from up on high. Boom, blast away the tournament leaders. Ulf are there to pick up the scraps. And a huge nade comes in. What on earth was that? What on earth from IQ? He's able to blast them back. He says, no, you're not stepping to us today.
IQ taking the nade genius test, and he comes out on top with a double there on side. Fantastic work from him playing as a backstop. 16 points. Like I said, the only way 4Thrives lose this tournament is to a Smash.
And every other team that was chasing did do super well here. Ulf was the closest team. They've just got taken down. They are not going to be anywhere near them at the end of this match. You're absolutely right. The question is,
double their points. Exactly. Exactly double the second place team's points.
How solid is that 92 boundary?
The real question, I mean, again, this is the thing though, Rondo was that map to get the 30 points. It's not as available on other maps. You have to try so much harder, put in so much extra work because the res beacons aren't there. And with 4Thrives being so far ahead, it's the mental game now. These guys, they are having a leisurely day out here at PMGO. There's no pressure whatsoever. They know that even if they just get to match 6 and perform kind of well, they still win.
Boom take a knock from S2G. Blank, I think this is probably the most dominant points gap we've seen since 2019 in Malaysia with BTR, who I think like 100 points. Obviously the point scoring system was different back then, but it's the most crazily dominant points gap we've seen since 2019. And I would say it may be even crazier than that.
Big 4Thrives
be able to do it here.
Got something to prove. Boom though, similarly, trying to go for the same thing. The team yesterday, they didn't do horribly. And I don't think they performed up to expectation. Now looking to push themselves further up those tables. Through Rondo, Solke goes down, and honestly, this sort of was the winning position from the start of the match. Boom took it in both their hands and have not let go since.
Trying to keep it together though with their 3 players now remaining. Another nade over the top, Solke is low, and that's going to finish him off. Another point added to Boom's tally. Blank with a chicken dinner here, they would jump up in towards second place and be the closest competitor towards that Smash boundary. So for Boom, there's a lot on the line here. S2G and TT Project sit in their way. But this is also a big game for TT Project, remember, because they're trying to jump up and get in towards that 11th place.
Did Boom raid the armory? How are they coming into these final fights with 12 nades total? Good damage, good shots coming through from Neo. Sanju finally goes down and his reign of terror is over, but the nades keep pouring through. The airburst not quite finding the damage, but they've still got more to send, but Boom is down on their knees.
Getting the res now, they need to pick themselves back up. S2G still trying to put nades uphill, but it's not going to work. TT Project with 16 nades, but not quite in range of either team just yet, as Boom look to flex out. Get a little bit more of a foothold on the low ground as they rotate onto the north side, but TT Project have read this. They're going to drop through as well, and S2G seem to be eating the brunt of this rotational pressure.
TT Project, the Vicious's lives lie in their hands, and right now they're looking to put them down. Good shots over towards Octo, trying to create a forward position for the rest of the squad. El Beryl, as well as Sanju though. Two players you cannot scoff at here. Sanju consistently having good nades, and there's another.
Looking for more as well. Boom, if they get into second place here, Blank, they will be able to jump up into second place, but Lost is still in the fight. And it's all down to the one player for Boom, and he's taken a lot of damage. There's more nades still coming. This first nade needs to be big, and he's just about survived it. One more nade and one more smoke, maybe all it takes, but Boom have run the cupboard dry. No more nades in pocket. TT Project is starting to go low as well, though.
El Beryl, it's a 1v3. Not to mention the two players behind move slightly forward, but into the purview of the nades. An unfortunate step up coming through from Boom, but they end their game on 14 eliminations in the third place. It's not terrible. S2G, it might be a little late to be stepping up now, guys.
A TT Project, this is their game to push up into 11th place with another nade over the top on towards Lost. It's just Hamzy now raining, and he is caught taking a dirt nap. The shots to the back will shut it down, and for TT Project, this could be their EWC spot on this game.
It's on the cards for them now, but the biggest story of all, 4 Thrives doubling the point scoring from second place, getting into match point. Game 1, how short is this day going to be?
I mean, that was an impressive display coming through from 4 Thrives. They put themselves in such a strong position. They did everything they needed to do, but now it's chicken dinners that really matter to them. That is the only thing that they should be aiming for. With the points buffer they have, they shouldn't be caring about eliminations. It is all about getting to those final circles in those strong positions. Sometimes eliminations will help you with that, sure, but it's the focus that they need to be going for the long game.
The rest of the squad's here inside the lobby. We've got to look all eyes on 4 Thrives now, right? This last game felt lackluster to me in terms of playing off the back of the smash roll. But going forward, 4 Thrives are going to have a big old bullseye landed right on their back.
And with that chicken dinner there from TT Project, that could have just sealed their trip to the Esports World Cup, Max.
Oh yeah, PMWC in the cards, taking it away from the side of Vicious. What a great chicken dinner entering from the western side, gatekeeping all of those teams on the bridge. Congratulations to them on that one. But, boys,
yeah,
we need to talk about the Pakistani squad. 4 Thrives 7, securing themselves a spot in the Smash Zone in Game 1 of Rondo.
Any chance that anybody thought that the pressure was going to be too much for them, that they weren't going to be able to handle it? I personally didn't have them hitting that smash roll in the first game.
Same.
Boy, did they blew that out of the water. The thing is that the way that they were able to actually play that was so well. The 2-2 splits that we saw out of this squad and the way that they were able to defend against other squads, what was so impressive to me, holding their composure and making sure they fixed up mistakes that we saw yesterday as well.
Oh, exactly. Like yesterday, we saw sometimes some 2-1-1 splits or some even 3-1 splits that were just not working out. The 2-2 splits onto the eastern edge you just brought up here, Seven, were just the reason why they were able to survive for so damn long. Because one play goes down, you have a teammate ready to back you up, and like IQ apparently doesn't need a team because one nade onto Ulf, the entire squad goes down.
And even earlier on, they were surrounded by Aura players, by S2G, so they were expected. to be hunted down. Yeah. I can't wait to see. I know we're currently looking at the highlights for Ronda, but I can't wait to see what the next game is going to be like and how they're going to be able to react to more pressure.
S7-nya nggak circle. Ya, muncul. Bom muncul. Kita bisa nempel sih ya. Sabar lagi mau ada yang deket nih. Ya. Sabar, gua naikin gentengnya, gua naikin. Ini bantu bom satu nih. Sabar, gua ada batu. Bom. Nice. Sedikit ya, balik. Gua ke kanan ya. Turun ke mobil begitu. Bisa udah aja biar dia stek dulu biar kita ini satu lagi aman.
Great stuff there from TT Project. Put in some good numbers on the board. And I love the fact that we can hear the crowd roaring through their mics. That is how pumped up this arena is, Max. And especially, right, for the hometown squad of Boom. Man, you said they were going to do some hunting today, and they definitely did.
Oh, they definitely did. By the way, just at the end of that game, how the hell did they have that many grenades? I think Blank said they raided the artillery. I think even an artillery doesn't have that many grenades. Realistically, they were just making it rain down on a competition. But no, going back to your point, they did in fact chase down top of Aurora.
Immediately.
And it was not just a small chase. I think they went like 1,000 meters in his direction just to get rid of top. And you can see after that, they even lost, I believe it was Reefus. So it was down to Doc and also the side of Zol to get the full recall and Aurora back into the game.
And I'm sad, boys. I'm sad to see not only that, I'm actually not sad to see that Octa got that MVP with those 6 elements because they were just so aggressive, but I am sad to see that Aurora just couldn't readjust, man. It came down to them hopefully having to readjust with what they saw yesterday. And throughout the match, even though they didn't really end up losing a player because they did have the recall option, that was just, it didn't look like Aurora. It was so passive. They were waiting for the right time for a team that has a lot to catch up if they want to go into the championship. It almost felt, Max, to me like they were just waving a white flag.
Yeah, they're having a bit of a bad time. Yep. But it really strikes me that Aurora is a squad that if they cannot play their own game plan that they've set up at the very inception of the tournament, they're going to start to crumble piece by piece. And in this case, they were just, sure, they made it to the late game, but they feel like they weren't even there.
You and I were talking about something yesterday. When was the last time we saw an IGL win an MVP? And it came down to Doc, I believe, PMWC, right? Yes. One man, that's the IGL. IQ, 7 eliminations that last game. And I mean, TT Project, 20 points. That looks good, Juice.
That is enough. That should be putting them in a good position to get to the Esports World Cup. Max, they are trying to get top 11, correct?
Exactly. Top 11 right now. I mean, with a 20-pointer, it was so close at the bottom of the ranking. So I think this game actually will be their straight-up ticket to Paris for the PMWC at EWC. The second page, Furia, not taken down by anyone, taken down by 4 Thrives themselves. And they had initially a decent entry point. I thought it was going to work out because they had some significant angles on the positions of 4 Thrives. And just again to highlight what Blanco said, it feels like they have a Guardian Angel where you crash that team and there's another team that decides to get involved.
Man,
and that gives just a little bit more space and time for 4 Thrives to reset and then take the fight the direction of 4 Thrives.
102 points, folks. They only needed 10. They doubled it with every single team spending all of last night studying them and only them.
They have double the points of second place. They have double the points of Ulf in second. I'm generally, I don't know if you guys agree, but I have never seen a point gap this significant in a global finals ever.
I've definitely seen one. We'll talk about that in a bit because John actually brought it up. It was PMCO history lesson real quick. PMCO 2019 False Play Global Finals. Bigatron was in first place with 303 points. In second place was 197 points. The difference, 106 points at the end. If, for some reason, 4 Thrives ends up making this a 6-day match, a 6-match day, they might break that record too.
How many day finals was it?
I believe it was 3.
So actually, in terms of a 2-day format for finals, it's still a record technically.
Honestly, that would be the craziest thing ever, considering the fact that if they win one more match here, this tournament's over. So they'd have to get a ton of eliminations and nothing but second places to actually break that record.
The thing now for this squad is, as you were saying earlier, Max, they really don't have to worry about the eliminations. The eliminations were coming to them. They just have to worry about their rotations, and the rotations was out perfectly. One thing that we actually noticed quite well in that last round from this squad is they could have just gone and split squads. They could have fully sended, but no, they were passive. They waited for the right time. They made sure they took their time, scout, see what Aurora was gonna end up doing, because Aurora actually ended up doing that crazy splitting between those and then just go into the circle. I love what I'm seeing out of 4Thrives here. The composure, the patience, and making sure they have everything, a perfect image of the map before they actually make their next move.
As we take a quick overview of the carnival area here in Jakarta, Indonesia, looking back at 4Thrives, I'm actually really happy they did not qualify right away through their group. I feel like the survival stage saved them, gave them so much more experience and also exposure to this lobby. Now, all the fixes that we talked about, those 2-2 splits are beautiful, the rotations are on point, and if you guys were looking at the North American scene last year, we had a smash from Wolves, low eliminations. That's all you need. You don't even have to get a single elimination. All you need is that chicken dinner hot tricks to be crowned the PMGO Season 1 Grand Champions.
You can take a look at that trophy right there, folks. And as soon as you said that, that trophy shook a little bit right there, because I think 4Thrives is like, it is calling their name. It is, I don't even know who's going to stop these guys at this point. I got to be realistic, folks. That is so many points they are ahead. And we saw in that last game, right, a team perfectly third-party the squad that was crashing on them. Even fate seems to be going in the favor of 4Thrives at this point.
We'll have to see a lot more aggression from some of these squads. You got to give props to like Bigatron, to Boom as well. This is the aggression that we kind of expected to see out of this squad, and I don't expect them to slow down, especially with how crazy the crowd got here. You can feel it vibrate. I know these players can't hear them, but you can feel the vibrations whenever they would get an elimination, whenever they would even start engaging, the crowd would just go absolutely nuts. I'm going to be looking to Boom and Bigatron to get even more elimination points.
Well, let's see who's going to get them as we go into Arid Gale. If 4Thrives win this game, this tournament is over and they will be crowned your PMGO Season 1 champions.
This plane might have to stretch it, or actually you're going to have to stretch a decent amount to make it to that western bridge. Are we going to see some teams try and catch them off guard as they try and make that pivot? That is going to be a bit of a question mark into this game. Otherwise, I feel like, Seven, we've seen worse plane paths in PMGO Season 1. But the western side, next to Pachinki and Western Bridge, that's where really things are going to get dicey.
Or do they maybe want to just go for a second drop? They maybe want to end up going somewhere else because of just how, honestly, their drop location is so exposed. It's one of the most exposed drops that I think I've ever seen. And they've been landing. They're landing right now. Oh, I think they're just going to be going for it. One thing that you do have to watch out, though, for is Furia. We've seen Furia take teams out near farm.
Got to be careful. They don't have to fight over vehicles. Hopefully they can get another vehicle without having to fight. But there's a lot of teams around them, Hot Troops. It might get spicy in the phase 1.
Yeah, it's going to get spicy indeed as we take it on over to our casters. Boys, is this it? Is this the last game?
Well, if you remember yesterday, remember when 4Thrives got their first chicken dinner, Blank? I think it was, what was it? Game 2? Yeah, well, we're into Game 2 of today. Let's see if they can go for the repeat. Looks like they might have some competition on spot, though.
Thing is, right now, is it's not that big of a deal for anyone in that top side of the lobby to go for a hot drop over towards 4Thrives, because at worst, you lose the hot drop. At best, you take 1 or 2 players down, and you get another game on it. The circle is treacherous. Down towards the southwest side of the map here, towards Primorsk Quarry. And with the plane path being so far over towards the northeast, goodness me, it is a hard rotating for a lot of these teams. Funnily enough, though, 4Thrives might just be at the start of the queue, right? They're all the way down towards yellows. They can make a quick pass over towards Ferry Pier, wherever they like.
Where do you go on this position then? If you're 4Thrives, if I'm putting myself in the mind of 4Thrives, I'm looking at the circle, I'm knowing we're going to have a really early position. Is it a North Quarry?
You could play Quarry Split around the warehouses easily. I mean, that wouldn't be a terrible place to play. You don't want to get stuck in too early there, but there is certainly compounds to work with here. You could even try and head over towards the kind of the God compound that sits north of the roads, just to the northwest side of Quarry. Also not a terrible place to play, but it looks like TT Project's already heading over there now.
I mean, I'm just so preoccupied with what 4Thrives are doing in this match. I mean, there is a lot of moving parts in the rest of this tournament as well, of course, with those qualification spots that mean so much on the road to EWC for a lot of teams. I mean, we talked, right, about TT Project, who now up in 8th place, 42 points. 11th place is 36 points. It's still very flexible there. For TT Project, they just want to hold on to that. They want to hold that spot. And funnily enough, they are the other team who is right at the front of the queue getting into this next circle.
For some of our decent teams right yesterday, match 4 is around about when they hit that 40-point mark. So even that, for the likes of Ulf, for the likes of Furia, wouldn't be enough to put them above 92 points. So for these two squads, even 4 really, when you're looking at Ulf, Furia, Go, Boom, Aurora 721, because of this point sponge at the top, you need a massive match. You really need a massive match here. A 20-pointer, and then you need 4 thrives to go down. Like I said, I do not see this getting to match 6 without 4 thrives just winning off points alone. The only way they lose is via smash ruling.
It's, yeah, definitely their main threat is from that angle. I was taking a look at some of the point scorings as well in terms of EWC qualification numbers, and at this stage, with RRQ obviously not playing anymore, they got knocked out in a bit of an upset back in their group stage. If BTR get 11th place or higher, it's very likely that there's no way that they can fall down. There's chasers in the game, sure, but Team Flash already ahead of them, Arena already ahead of them. They're very likely also have locked in their spots for EWC. Pandem, kind of counting them out as well, but it is all up to how Boom do. Can they jump up high enough to jump past that boundary?
With the point sponge being in play as well, for Boom, they just don't really need to go that much further. At this point in time, you're kind of expecting for Boom being in 5th place, it'd be like a 10 to 15 point margin, if not more, to get towards 3rd. Not only has 4 thrives made this look like one of the most dominant performances of all time, they've also made getting into PMWC rather easy.
It's an interesting
for other
one.
teams, that
it's
is.
an interesting one. I mean, yeah, that 3rd place spot for Boom is really what is on their minds right now. In terms of jumping up, that would put them over
Which is
RRQ.
1 point, by the way.
Exactly, right? It's so close. 1 point is them into 2nd place, right? Potentially, depending on chicken dinner counts and tiebreakers and things like that. But yeah, it's so down to the wire, and these EWC points will really start to hit home. For Boom, it would be such a huge result for them to jump up that far. And the reason that they don't need to go in towards that position necessarily is because of how BTR is doing. They're fairly low on the point scorings. There's a 90, well, currently Boom have 0 points in EWC. They're going to be needing to exceed Bigatron, and Bigatron are on 19 points right now.
And what with Ulf, our 2nd place team? A chaser of a pretty ridiculous margin right now. Fury and Pandem towards the east and the north of 4 thrives, who are playing it a little bit slower this time, playing outside on the edge. Gonna work out what their next move is. Really, if they get themselves another southwest shift on this, it's not terrible. They have a lot of space to rotate around, playing Quarry. A lot of Quarry's not picked up just yet. Like I said, going into Quarry a little bit early is not always advised. But if we do get southwest, they have the pick of the litter here.
4 thrives had the pick of the litter, but they opted to go for Ferry Pier. I say but, maybe shouldn't put that as a prefix. They opted to go for Ferry Pier in this location. It's going to be fairly uncontested. They should be aware of that. They'll be aware that teams will have moved in on the west side of them as well. Seems fairly safe for the time being. The transition north, generally though, can be blocked off quite heavily by Quarry, by that location that is going to funnel you around either side, force you into some linear fights with some oversight that you might not be comfortable with.
It all depends on the next circle, right? Because a lot of teams on the southwest are going to massively benefit from a big southwest shift. There's already a lot of teams making their way in. Boom is trying to make the cross right now. Like I said, from that first game, a lot of way faster rotations all round. I mean, across the board, people are opting not to play on that edge right now. We have had a full flip-flop on how the lobby's been playing, from edge playstyle to suddenly this hugely central position. And again, that comes off the back of 4 thrives, just reading into this lobby very well going into that first day, and essentially just dominating from the center.
started to find that center on this one, although it's not super central. It's sort of quite deceptive on a circle like this, right? Because you've got so much water. The center, quote-unquote, center of the circle sits actually a little bit further north than you might expect. It's actually closer towards Gatka than towards Quarry, where the geometric center of this circle is. The center of the playable land sits a lot further north, which is currently where teams like Gaming Stars sit in this zone, as well as Otter and Boom a little bit further north of that.
I mean, for the center of the circle, though, it is around 4 Thrives, GameStar, and Quarry. It does come a little bit down towards that southwest side. So we have a lot of the fields of Gatka in play. Pandem going to pick up that compound that sits over towards the eastern side of Quarry. GameStar playing on those warehouses. 4 Thrives a little bit further behind now. They do need to move forward on this one. But we know they have the chops on them to actually get the elims, to take those gunfights, to clear our area, to clear our space. It's what's making them such a terrifying team at the moment.
Project on that south side of Quarry. Close by to 4 Thrives. It's 2G navigating their way on that farm coastline, moving in through the blue as well. Got a forward position on it. Aurora just about getting across the west side bridge from Sosnovka military base. Uncontested. No one's camping that one. No one's guarding it out. Geeke may be behind them in the queue, though, on that angle. Seems like they're going to go for a west bridge rotate as well. Biding their time for the time being. Play it a little bit slower, closer towards the edge of the blue. Fury up further inland. And again, one of those teams just desperate to get as high up those tables as they can, because the match could end in a chicken dinner for 4 Thrives, and our tournament could end with it. You have to make every single match count.
Any moment. I think that is the key phrase here. Any moment this tournament can end, and with 1 point splitting up the entirety of second place down to basically 6th. Yeah, or 7th even, is 2 point splitting second down towards 7th. You can change the state of the podium massively in just 1 match.
In a decent second place finish, right? And anywhere from basically 9th place could be in second place at the end of this game.
Yeah.
So volatile. We're guaranteed to have had at least 8 matches played. On the south side, 4 Thrives are on a 2-2 split. I will say, I don't think they're in the best place in this game. It might be a tricky one for them to win here. Obviously, never out of the realms of possibility, but given the lay of the circle, with Quarry being such a main feature on the west side, I think this might not be the one to do it.
Well, we just haven't really seen them have a bad game, honestly. Outside of that Ronda, everything else has been like fairly decent. Even the games where they weren't getting the chicken dinners, but just up towards that top 6, still good games. No real blunders either. I think that's one of my favorite things about watching 4 Thrives this tournament, is that there's never been a moment when I've looked to them and thought to myself, that was a huge mistake. It's always felt like, well, that was a tough fight for them to go into, and they lost it rightfully.
Double the scoreline a second. 4 Thrives taking everything that was thrown at them and more. It's straight back at the rest of this lobby. Who were caught lacking yesterday. It felt like Rondo was maybe a little bit more palatable in terms of the overall lobby performance. We're heading up towards the north side. Maybe this Erangel will be another much more solid overall performance than the rest of our rosters too, because they are trying to make their moves now, and boom. Ooh, they've lost 2 to Nox here. Should be Resable, but there's a bit of pressure coming through from Otter. They're trying to play this one close. No Fear has been knocked, and Okta wants to keep this one under control.
Ulf now making their way over. They hear the shots. They hear and see the knocks coming through. Sky will find another, but Boom is down so quickly. And for Ulf, this is upsetting for them because they were looking to make the move on this one. Sky is knocked, though. That's a good first knock. A very, very good first knock coming through from Eren. They can play off the back of that and maintain one of the stronger positions in the circle. 4 Thrives. How? How have they done that? They move through Quarry. They get towards the ridge side on the top. I don't get it.
Where did they even go? How have they done this? Max is shouting, they teleported there somehow. Nobody knows how, but they are there. And that is quite incredible. Ulf are taking the fight and winning it with honor, by the way. They were able to leverage that opener nicely over on the northeast side of it, and honor are falling. They are falling pretty quickly. A 2-2 split in the center of the circle. And 4 Thrives. Goodness me. like smoke move through outstretched hands that everyone else is trying to clamber to grab them, to bring them back to mortal levels, but it's just not happening.
I do not understand it. I cannot comprehend it. For Four Thrives, it is just magic right now. And we are not seeing behind the scenes. Some incredible calls from this squad. No longer doubting themselves as they did maybe in the past of this tournament. They are just clear-cut comms, and it seems to be working insanely well. Also, the goal to pull off a 2-2 split after that happens, these guys just have absolutely no qualms with taking it to the rest of the lobby at the moment.
This is straight aura farming right now from Four Thrives. They are absolutely, if you'll forgive my Gen Z parlance here, Blank, they are mogging the lobby. It is really quite impressive what they've been able to pull off here. Furia, I mean, they've been pretty powerful too, right? And if you just forget about Four Thrives for a second, this is an incredibly close tournament because everybody else is so neck and neck, and they are giving it a good go. Chief wants to step in for the fight as well. GOAT team, one of their most local challengers on the tables, are looking to try and put pressure on, but Four Thrives have a challenge. It's Aurora who tried to move in from military, up and into the fight. Cypher with the weapon swap, and Aurora fall. Balak needs to get back to his feet now. They drop the smoke. They rally around it, and all of them are alive. Aurora cannot do it.
There is no one close by either to this. Four Thrives, just an easy pickup. Pandem finally making a move. The circle moves down towards where Four Thrives are playing. Pandem needs to act fast here, but they are slow on this push-up. Four Thrives are getting the reset in the meantime.
They want to lock in their position on the tables as well, and with Pandem going down early, S2G won, and in they go. A Cypher will fall. There are casualties, thick and fast. Four Thrives are falling. Falak now on the back lines is the last player to stand up against it. The nades need to be big. 3 players from S2G, and 2 of them roll forwards. Four Thrives fall. It is not Smash, not now. Maybe next time, but they are denied.
John, Four Thrives, it took 4 bloody teams to take them down.
1 team per Thrive.
Has to happen here. Finally, they're showing a little bit of what this lobby can do, but that's not before blasting Aurora out of this match. Just incredible stuff all round. GameStar will find shots over towards Ulf. Eren goes down. This is the team that was chasing, and they are losing players by the second as they attempted to go for a central push on this one. Ketch is going to send over towards Scarface, see if he can pick him up.
Ulf wanting to try and maintain the central position now.
They will have seen that Four Thrives has gone down. You can breathe a little clearer now as well.
I mean, remember the Smash boundary too, Blank. That 92 points, whilst maybe not achievable here, is something that they will set their sights on. With this game, they can push for it. Furia with the player numbers here, but Ulf with 3 in a much better position, could potentially look to try and jump up and join them in that match point
I mean,
zone.
for Ulf, this is the first time in quite a while that I've seen a decisive push like this. There was one yesterday over on Erangel when they headed over towards Middle Island. A very good push from them, but I think they need more of that. And look, yes, they lose a player on the entry, but they realize that they've got to take risks right now. If they want a chance of getting towards that 92 points, they have to make some moves in the lobby. Pandem moving their way up in the similar fashion as Ulf immediately looks to re-bolster that location of the map.
Solidify. Sail off there, moving out towards the west edge. Again, remember those moving parts. Remember those EWC qualification spots going into this one. Would very much like to put themselves closer. They've gone all the way out west and actually send Solus into this compound here with Norman from E-Arena. An interesting decision to go for this one, I think it's safe to say. And now the backups here for E-Arena. Ulf maybe overcommit Solus onto this location.
Yeah, it's a curious spot that Ulf sends towards. Understanding it's a priority compound, but Schwepp's taking now Solus. I don't know what he was doing out there in the first place. They had central zone, but why?
Very odd feeling there from Ulf. That's going to severely hamper their chances of jumping up towards that smash boundary. Fury are on the south side. They're kind of penned in, and they have to move. Imagine if they were 3 players for Ulf on a circle like this.
It would have been a great game. It really would have been a great game. Getting yourself a high elim chicken dinner as 2 players, very difficult. Getting a chicken dinner as 2 players, that's a different story. But I do think it looks unlikely in a global lobby like this. Flash losing players to BTR. Only down in 15 for 29 points. A big nade goes through the back. Does a fair chunk of damage towards them. Wards them off away from the flash.
Oh, but there's a heavy hit dealt back towards them. Bozy finds Federalis, but there's a rundown. Fading back and forth, and BTR seemingly in charge of this fight right now. Zeus cannot get towards Bozy. Axel with the split off. Razy and Razak with nades. Look, it'll be blind here. Pulled out to
को ही नीचे दे देते हैं और ये एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट टीम फ्लैश के की प्लेयर के ऊपर निकलना शायद बीटीआर को कुछ देर और मजीद सर्वाइवल करने देगा, लेकिन फ्लैश दे आर नाउ क्लोज ऑन बीइंग एलिमिनेटेड फ्रॉम दिस गेम। लेकिन वहीं पर टीम 721 वो कुछ मजीद एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकालते रह जाएंगे। जीएसटीआर के प्लेयर्स को एलिमिनेट करने ही वाले थे कि आखिरी प्लेयर टीम 721 के इस मैच से बाहर कर दिए जाते हैं। वहीं पर जीएसटीआर उनके 2 अदद खिलाड़ी नॉकड आउट हैं, उनके वापस से अब रिवाइवल शुरू जरूर होगा। लेकिन एक्सल ये शानदार मूव था व्हीकल के साथ, जिस तरह से उन्होंने फ्लैश के प्लेयर्स को फुल स्टॉप लगाया, लेकिन फ्लैश वो कमबैक करते रह जाएंगे। आखिरी 2 प्लेयर्स अब आप देखेंगे कितना पैसिवली सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीटीआर वो ज्यादा टाइम यहां पर स्पेंड नहीं करना चाहते हैं। जितना देर इस फाइट को आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा बीटीआर की जानिब से, उतने ज्यादा इम्कान रहेंगे थर्ड पार्टीज के। लेकिन टीटी प्रोजेक्ट, फुरिया और S2G एक दूसरे के करीब मौजूद हैं। 2 टीमों का आपस में फाइट लेना चौथी टीम को, तीसरी टीम को दावत देगा कि वो थर्ड पार्टी करें, जैसे इससे पहले भी हो चुका है कई बार इस गेम में। लेकिन वहीं पर पैंडम ई स्पोर्ट्स अतराफ में मौजूद हैं, एंड पैंडम ई स्पोर्ट्स भी सही लम्हे का इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि कब उन्हें वो मौका मिलेगा जहां पर जाकर के वो थर्ड पार्टी करें। लेकिन टीटी प्रोजेक्ट एक शानदार नॉकआउट दिया, साथ ही साथ फॉल बैक करते आपको दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन सर्कल की जंग है, टीटी प्रोजेक्ट सभी अपने व्हीकल्स के अंदर स्काउट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फुरिया जो भी कदम अपने व्हीकल्स को अबैंडन कर नीचे रख रहा है, उसका अगला कदम सीधा लॉबी में पहुंच रहा है। फुरिया एक और मिसाल है, साइलेंस। आखिरी प्लेयर अब बाकी रह जाएंगे व्हीकल्स, ओनली व्हीकल्स का एक गेम चलता आपको इस इलाके पर दिखाई दे रहा है।
हुए दिखाई देते हैं गेमिंग स्टार के ऊपर। ओपोनेंट प्लेयर्स यूटिलिटी डंप की जाती है, लेकिन बच जाएंगे प्लेयर गेमिंग स्टार के। रोलेक्स फॉल बैक करते हुए दिखाई देते हैं। तो सी साइड पर फिर से S2G की जानिब से यूटिलिटीज के साथ ही कोशिश की जा रही है कि गाड़ी में मौजूद प्लेयर को गिरा दिया जाए, लेकिन फॉर्चुनेटली इनफ बचते बचाते यहाँ से ओपोनेंट प्लेयर निकल तो जाएंगे। लेकिन दूसरी साइड पर गेमिंग स्टार, उनको देखना है किस तरह से वो फाइट का सामना करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। 3 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकाले, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली अपना एक प्लेयर गवा दिया गया। टॉप टीम जो है सिर्फ उल्फ ही जिंदा दिखाई दे रही है। जहां इस मैच में 40 ने ज्यादा पॉइंट्स नहीं निकाले, उनके मुकाबले में कोई और भी नहीं निकाल पाता। आदि 5 पॉइंट्स अभी तक टॉप 7 टीम्स में हाईएस्ट पॉइंट्स दिखाई दे रहे हैं इस मैच के।
100% अलादीन, एंड आप देखें कि उल्फी स्पोर्ट्स वो भी अनकरीब एलिमिनेट होने को हैं, एंड उनसे नीचे के सारे 6-7 पायदान इस मैच से ऑलरेडी बाहर कर दिए जा चुके हैं। जहां पर 4 थ्राइव्स अच्छा नहीं खेलती है, वहीं पर बाकी भी टीमें अच्छा नहीं खेलती हैं। इट सीम्स लाइक कि 4 थ्राइव्स सुप्रीम लीडर बन चुकी है इन सारे आई वुड से बाकी सारी टीमों की। जहां पर वो अच्छा नहीं खेलते, बाकी भी कहते नहीं यार हमने भी नहीं खेला। ऑब्वियसली इस तरह नहीं होता है, बट खैर सर्कल थोड़ा चैलेंजिंग रहा है। एंड कल के दिन मैंने आपको बताया था कि क्वारी का सर्कल इट्स वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट सर्कल्स टू प्ले इन। लेकिन अभी के लिए सवाल ये है कि चिकन डिनर कौन निकाल कर लेकर जाएगा इस सर्कल के अंदर। आप देखें अगर डोमिनेशन की बात करें तो कुछ बड़े नंबर्स हमें दिखाई नहीं दे रहे हैं। 5 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स जब टीम 4 थ्राइव्स एलिमिनेट हुई थी जिस लम्हे वो कर लेकर गए थे, एंड 5 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स अभी तक आपको मैक्स्ड आउट दिखाई दे रहे हैं जो कि S2G के पास है सर्वाइविंग टीमों में से। लेकिन S2G अनफॉर्चुनेटली काली जर्ब उनको लगा दी जा चुकी है, एंड टीम अरीना ये एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट एक और मजीद मजीद अपने खाते में दर्ज कर लेकर चले ही जाएंगे। लेकिन S2G के प्लेयर लॉस्ट की तरफ से ये एक अच्छा यूटिलिटी था, बच जाएंगे श्वेपिक्स। लेकिन बैकयार्ड पर एरिना उनके अभी आई वुड से कि मौत का फरमान जारी करने को टीमें मौजूद हैं, बैकस्टैप करने को, उनका सर्कल गेट कीप करने को। लेकिन लेट्स सी टीम S2G के ये आखिरी दो खिलाड़ी कितनी देर तक और मजीद जाए पनाह हासिल कर रखते हैं इन व्हीकल्स के कवर के पीछे। गी के वो भी तंग कर रहे हैं टीम S2G। अनफॉर्चुनेटली आपको ज्यादा अरसा सर्वाइव करती अब दिखाई नहीं देगी। लेकिन ये एरिना वो डेस्परेट हो चुके हैं और वो जान मार रहे हैं ये 2 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स भी ऐड ऑन करने के। लेकिन इसी सारे असना में गेमिंग स्टार्स इस मैच से बाहर का रास्ता उनको दिखा दिया जाएगा। 4 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकालकर टीम GSTR इस मैच से 8वें नंबर पर बाहर कर दी जाती है।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, गेमिंग स्टार्स जिन्होंने 3 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स एक टाइम पर निकाल रखे थे, चौथे तक वो आए ज़रूर, लेकिन उसके बाद उनको लॉबी जाने पर मजबूर कर दिया गया। लेकिन दूसरी साइड के ऊपर हमें टीम गीके दिखाई देती है। गीके स्पोर्ट्स की जानिब से कोशिश की जा रही है किसी तरह से अपने एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स को मैक्सिमाइज किया जाए। TT वर्सेस टीम पैंडम वो भी चलता हुआ नजर आता है, जहाँ पर एजेस पर ये फाइट ली जा रही है। TT पीछे उनके जोन है, सामने उनके पैंडम है, सामना उन्हें करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन TT दूर कहीं बिजी दिखाई दे रही है, उनका पहला फोकस जोन की तरफ होना चाहिए, सर्कल में जगह बनाने पर होना चाहिए। लेकिन जैसे गाड़ियां लेकर आगे आएंगे पैंडम विल ट्राई टू डैमेज देम। लेकिन इस सारे मोमेंट पे ज़िरिश की जानिब से पहला नॉकआउट दर्ज किया जाता है। इफेक्ट आगे आएंगे, फ्रेंजी को काफी लो एचपी किया जाएगा। देखते ही देखते पैंडम गेट्स एलिमिनेटेड और TT ये सारे एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स अपने नाम करेगी आदि।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स मजीद कुछ निकाले जा रहे हैं। 8 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स के डोमिनेशन के ऊपर टीम TT प्रोजेक्ट अपने आप को लेकर जा चुके हैं। एंड TT प्रोजेक्ट अभी के लिए सबसे ज़रूरी चीज़ ये है कि अपने प्लेयर्स को उनको बचाए रखना है। लेकिन BTR दे आर स्टिल इन द गेम। आखिरी 2 प्लेयर्स, इनफैक्ट BTR के 3 अदद खिलाड़ी अभी भी सर्वाइव करें, बल्कि 3 नहीं 4 के 4 प्लेयर्स ही इंटैक्ट हैं। एंड BTR थोड़ी देर पहले वो फ्लैश को एलिमिनेट करने के लिए आगे बढ़े थे। लेकिन आप देखें कि लोकल ऑडियंस सपोर्ट कितना ज़्यादा बढ़कर है BTR के साथ। BTR बेशक 15वें नंबर पर मौजूद है, लेकिन फिर भी उनकी ऑडियंस किस तरह से साथ निभा रही है। ऑब्वियसली वो जाते जाते अपनी फेवरेट टीम को देखना चाहते हैं डोमिनेशन पर जाते हुए। शायद इस मैच का चिकन डिनर आपको लॉक होता दिखाई दे बिटवीन BTR एंड टीम TT प्रोजेक्ट। लेकिन TT प्रोजेक्ट उनका एक खिलाड़ी कम है एंड BTR के साथ अगर एक हेड ऑन कॉलिजन के अंदर वो आते हैं तो फिर एक स्लाइट मेन एडवांटेज BTR के पास रहेगा। लेकिन TT इफेक्ट बच जाएंगे, बाल बच जाते जरूर हैं। BTR के प्लेयर्स अब अपने आप को रीसेट करते, सर्कल के अंदर ज्यादा प्ले एरिया हासिल करने के लिए मजीद फॉर्मेशंस इख्तियार करते दिखाई दे रहे हैं। लेकिन TT के नियोज पकड़ेंगे, BTR के एक्सेल को पकड़ लिया जाएगा। इफेक्ट की साइड से रेजाक भी घुटनों पर आ जाते हैं। पॉसिबली शायद ये एक स्लैम इनमें तब्दील हो सकती है। फाइट एंड लीजिए, रेजी के कंधों पर अब जाएगी जिम्मेदारी अपने प्लेयर्स को बचाए रखने की। लेकिन TT आगे बढ़ती देखने को मिलेगी, शानदार नॉकआउट निकाला जाएगा। TT के प्लेयर्स गिरते दिखाई जरूर देते हैं। TT हैज बीन एलिमिनेटेड। रेजी आखिरी प्लेयर रहते थे जो कि काली जर्ब लगाकर जरूर जाते हैं TT के खिलाड़ियों पर। लेकिन BTR सर्वाइव्स फॉर अनदर डे। वहीं पर पीछे रहते प्लेयर टीम S2G के कामिकाजी काफी अरसे से सोलो सर्वाइवल अपना यकीनी बनाते आपको दे रहे हैं। लेकिन BTR क्या ही किस्मत उनकी रहती है, 4 में से 3 अदद खिलाड़ियों को बचाने में कामयाबी हासिल करेंगे। दिस is the damage that can be done by a single player। एक प्लेयर अगर आपको ऑफ एंगल पर मौजूद रहे तो वो इस तरह से चुटकी बजाते चीजें तब्दील कर सकता है। लेकिन BTR अब वो अंडर द रडार खेलना चाहते हैं बिकॉज दे नो चिकन डिनर इतना ज्यादा दूर नहीं है। गीके और एरिना की फाइट BTR को मौका देगी मजीद कि वो चिकन डिनर के करीब तर चले जाएं थर्ड पार्टी कर।
इसीलिए तो कहा जाता है कि इट्स ऑल अबाउट द एंगल्स, इट्स ऑल अबाउट द इंफॉर्मेशन। जितनी ज़्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन आपके पास हो, जितने अच्छे एंगल्स आपकी तरफ से बनाए जाएं, उतना ही आप सामने वाली टीम के ऊपर प्रेशर ला सकते हैं। और ऐसा कुछ करते हुए देखा जरूर हमने। लेकिन BTR वर्सेस एरिना वर्सेस गीके, द फाइट फॉर द चिकन डिनर। अभी तक के लिए यूटिलिटीज की बात करें, टीम गीके के पास 15 ग्रेनेड्स दिखाई देते हैं एंड इट्स रेनिंग ग्रेनेड्स आउट देयर। टीम गीके की जानिब से ऐसा ही किया जा रहा है, बारहा उनकी जानिब से ग्रेनेड्स का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है ताकि सामने वाली टीम के ऊपर कोई नॉकआउट दर्ज किया जाए।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। लेकिन वहीं पर गीके जिस तरह से उन्होंने इस्लामिन दिया है, ऑब्वियसली वो मजबूरी थी। दे हैड नो अदर ऑप्शन। कोई और हार्ड कवर मौजूद नहीं है सारे सर्कल के अंदर सिवाय इसके कि वो कंपाउंड जिसके जो कि टीम एरिना के कब्जे के अंदर आपको फिलहाल के लिए दिखाई दे रहा है। लेकिन जस्ट लुक एट दिस, 3 अदद 4 टीमें, 3 टीमें आपस में लड़ती आपको दिखाई दे रही हैं और एक ट्रायंगल बनता आपको देखने को मिल रहा है जिसके अंदर हर ही कोई किसी को भी गिरा सकता है। लेकिन गीके उनको फोकस रखना है अपना बीटीआर के प्लेयर्स की साइड के ऊपर भी, जो कि अभी के लिए रुझान वो रखते दिखाई नहीं दे रहे हैं। लेकिन शानदार ग्रेनेड टर्नी के का घुटनों पर लेकर आएगा एक नहीं बल्कि 2 अदद खिलाड़ियों को बीटीआर के अतराफ। बीटी अरीना अपने क्रॉसर्स तब्दील करते हैं, फेडरालिस को पकड़ लिया जाएगा। गीके के राग्नारॉक और इजी 4 बैड बॉय मिला करके बीटीआर के प्लेयर्स को एलिमिनेट करना चाहते ही जरूर है। लेकिन इस बार क्या रेजी निकाल पाएंगे बीटीआर को उस मुश्किल सिचुएशन से? रेजी हमेशा आखिरी प्लेयर कैसे बच जाते हैं, लेकिन अभी के लिए उनका ऑफ एंगल होल्ड कर लेकर जाना शायद ये अरीना से चिकन डिनर छीना जा सकता है। लेकिन रेजी अभी फिलहाल के लिए देखना बाकी है कि क्या गिरा पाएंगे, न्यूट्रलाइज करना है। एक और मजीद नॉकआउट क्या निकल आ पाएगा? जी हाँ, मॉर्मन गेट्स पिक्ड ऑफ और रेजी शानदार तरीके से दूसरे प्लेयर को भी गिरा पाएंगे। आखिरी 2 प्लेयर्स अब सिर्फ और सिर्फ बाकी रह जाएंगे ई अरीना के गिराने, और टीम बिगेट्रॉन बाय विटालिटी आपको चिकन डिनर निकालती दिखाई दे ही सकती है। लेकिन रेजी लोन एचपी रहेंगे, उनके पास मेडकिट करने को है नहीं। एंड टीम ई अरीना इस मैच का चिकन डिनर हासिल करती है अगेंस्ट ऑल ऑड्स। ई अरीना बहुत शानदार परफॉर्मेंस, अपने जोरे बाजू हासिल किया गया चिकन डिनर, इन सारे कॉम्पाउंड्स को डिफेंड किया है। टीम S2G, टीम गीके, टीम बीटीआर सभी को एलिमिनेट करने में रहेंगे कामयाब।
फाइनली एक कमबैक मैच देखने को मिलता है, फाइनली एक डोमिनेटिंग मैच देखने को मिलता है और अपने नाम किया जाता है इस बार इस मैच को इनकी जानिब से। आदि पूरे मैच के अंदर हमने देखा द प्रेशर वाज देयर। ई अरीना स्पेसिफिकली उनके ऊपर प्रेशर था, कल का दिन उनका बिल्कुल भी अच्छा नहीं गया, लेकिन आज जिस तरह से कमबैक किया गया इस पहले ही इस तीसरे ही मैच के अंदर हमने देखा कि ये टीम हमें कमबैक करती हुई पॉइंट्स टेबल पर दिखाई देती है। दूसरे ही मैच के अंदर थोड़ा सा जो है मैं भावुक जरूर रहा हूँ, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं खवातीन हज़रात, इस चीज़ को जो है आप मैनेज कर लीजिएगा फॉर जस्ट वन मोर मैच। लेकिन चलें, ये मैच काफी टीमों के लिए अच्छा रहा। DTT प्रोजेक्ट के लिए अच्छा मैच रहा, टीम बीटीआर के लिए बहुत अच्छा मैच रहा। बीटीआर ने कुछ बहुत ही शानदार फाइट्स निकाली हैं इस मैच में।
बिल्कुल आप दुरुस्त कह रहे हैं अलादीन। एंड बीटीआर अगेंस्ट आई वुड से कि कितने ऐसे लम्हे आए होंगे जहां पर बीटीआर लग ऐसे रहा था कि एलिमिनेट होने को है, लेकिन बीटीआर वंस अगेन वहाँ से फिर निकल कर बाहर आती है। लेकिन ऑब्वियसली बार बार इस तरह से नहीं होता है, आपको बाय द बुक्स खेलकर अपने प्लेयर्स को बचाए रख कर खेलना पड़ता है। स्ट्रैटेजीज, फॉर्मेशन जिस तरह से आप थर्ड पार्टी करते हैं, हर एक को ले आउट कर आपको लेकर चलना पड़ता है, तब जाकर आप चिकन डिनर कंफर्म करते हैं। टीम ई अरीना दे डिड दैट। हालांकि मुझे नहीं लग रहा था, आई वाजंट एक्सपेक्टिंग कि ई अरीना उस सिचुएशन से बाहर निकल कर चिकन डिनर निकालेगी, क्योंकि बीटीआर और टीम गी के वो एक ऐसे एंगल पर थे जहां पर वो ई अरीना के प्लेयर्स को गेट कीप कर रहे थे। ई अरीना ना कि सिर्फ उन्होंने कॉम्पाउंड्स को अपने अबैंडन किया, वो आगे बढ़े, उन्होंने दोनों टीमों को एलिमिनेट किया। वो 4 खिलाड़ी वो सब पर भारी आए हैं, तकरीबन 8 अदद, चले 8 नहीं तो 7 प्लेयर्स के ऊपर टीम ई अरीना ने वहां पर ज्यादातर नुकसान उनको पहुंचाया है।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, लेकिन इसी के साथ साथ हाइलाइट्स की तरफ हम जाएंगे, वहाँ देखेंगे क्या सूरत हाल बनती हुई दिखाई देती है। वेल हाइलाइट्स के अंदर देखा हमने फोर्थ राइड्स की जानिब से स्टार्टिंग फेज में चंद अच्छे एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट जरूर दर्ज किए गए, लेकिन उन्हें वो आगे बढ़ा नहीं पाते अनफॉर्चुनेटली। एक एक करके प्लेयर्स को चेरी पिक होते हुए देखा हमने। इन द लास्ट मोमेंट्स फोर्थ राइड्स गॉट एलिमिनेटेड, लेकिन उसके बाद हमने देखा S2G ने चंद कुछ डोमिनेटिंग एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकाले। टीम गेमिंग स्टार को हमने अच्छी फाइट्स में आते हुए देखा जरूर, लेकिन उसके बाद फ्लैश जहाँ वो भी पकड़ी गई, वो भी ज्यादा कुछ बड़ा मैच खेल नहीं पाते। साथ ही साथ गेमिंग स्टार की बात करें, उनके प्लेयर्स को भी हमने एलिमिनेट होते हुए देखा। ई अरीना यूटिलाइज किया गया एक टाइम पर, उस साइड एडवांटेज को TT उन स्लैमन्स के भरोसे चंद एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स दर्ज किए गए। गी के चंद थर्ड पार्टीज करते हुए वो भी नजर तो आए, लेकिन इन द एंड ये मैच ई अरीना के नाम चला जाता है। बीटीआर ने भी जो ऑडियंस है उसे सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए कुछ अच्छा खेला जरूर है, लेकिन दिस विल नॉट बी इनफ कि वो पॉइंट्स टेबल पे उनको एक बड़ा जंप दिलाए।
आप बिल्कुल दुरुस्त कह रहे हैं अलादीन। एंड ई अरीना इससे ज़्यादा बढ़कर उनको पॉइंट्स निकालने होंगे। 9वें पायदान पर वो मौजूद थे उस लम्हे पर जहां पर उन्होंने 5 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकाले हैं। मजीद जो पॉइंट्स निकाले हैं तकरीबन 60 पॉइंट्स पर वो टीम आ चुकी है। एंड ई अरीना ऑफिशियली आपको 9वें 10वें पायदान से छलांग लगाकर अब सीधा दूसरे पर जाती देखने को मिलेगी, लेकिन अभी भी अच्छा खासा डिफरेंस है, अच्छा खासा फ़र्क है उनका टीम फोर्थ राइव से। बट कम बैक हमेशा ही सराहा जाता है, कमबैक्स हमेशा ही इसी तरह के होते हैं कि हैरान एक दफ़ा कर देते हैं। और इस तरह के कंपटीशन में जहां पर 1-1 2-2 पॉइंट्स के डिफरेंस के ऊपर आपको 2-2 3-3 टीमें दिखाई दे रही हैं, जहां पर 10 पॉइंट्स के डिफरेंस पर आपको 7-7 8-8 टीमें दिखाई दे रही हैं ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स पर, वहां पर ऐसी सिचुएशन में कमबैक दिखाना ऑब्वियसली आपको एक बहुत अच्छे स्पॉट पर लेकर जाता है। लेकिन खैर विनर चिकन डिनर टीम स्टार्ट्स आपकी स्क्रीन पर आ जाएंगे। मैच नंबर 8/12 विश्वेपेक्स 5 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट 675 का डैमेज, टर्नी के विद 4 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट 566 का डैमेज, 546 के डैमेज के साथ 3 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स। मोहम्मद जोकर कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे, 394 का डैमेज, एक अदद नॉकआउट के एवज निकाला गया है।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, एरिना के प्लेयर्स के पास ये स्टैट्स हमारे सामने जो दिखाई दे रहे हैं, इनमें एलिमिनेशंस की बात करें तो इन टोटल 12 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स दिखाई देते हैं। वहीं पर एरिना के जोकर वो कुछ कर नहीं पाए। हाँ कुछ कह सकते हैं कि इनपुट जरूर दिया गया, 394 का डैमेज दिया जाता है इस एक प्लेयर की जानिब से। बढ़ेंगे आगे, विल टॉक अबाउट द मैच। MVP इसी टीम से कोई दिखाई दे सकता है। वेल फिलहाल के लिए एरिना के शिप एक जीवो प्लेयर हैं जो कि एक टाइम पे वैम्पायर में खेला करते थे। इफ यू नो आदि 5 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स उन्होंने निकाले हैं, 675 का डैमेज है। बैक टू बैक वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जीती इन्होंने, लेकिन उसके बाद ऐसा फुल स्टॉप लगा कि टीम भी टूट गई। कंपटीशन में उस तरह से आए भी नहीं, कोई कहाँ चला गया कोई कहाँ चला गया। लेकिन अब एरिना में आकर कुछ अच्छा खेल तो रहे हैं, बट स्टिल बिल्कुल ठीक कहा आपने आदि, लेकिन स्टिल इट्स नॉट इनफ कि एरिना अपने आप को किसी रीजनेबल जगह पर जो है वो देखे। पर चलें बढ़ेंगे आगे, रोटेशन की बात करते हैं। नोवा एक टीम जाती है, एक टीम सेवर्नी के आसपास गई, दूसरी टीम हमें रोजो के आसपास जाती हुई नजर आई, एंड देन देयर वाज अनदर टीम जिन्होंने गाड़ियां ली। ओह व्हाट नाइस रोटेशन, सभी टीमों ने एक ही पैटर्न को फॉलो किया। अगर आपको ये चीज़ याद हो आदि, मैं कई बार कहता हूँ कि जब भी सर्किल इस तरह का शिफ्ट लेकर जाता है, जो नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न साइड है वो अक्सर वक्त खाली रहती है, और हमने ऐसा ही देखा। ज़्यादातर फाइट्स हमें ईस्टर्न साइड पर या नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न साइड पर देखने को मिली, साउथ ईस्टर्न नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न साइड पर देखने को मिली। इसी वजह से वहाँ से जो टीमें सर्वाइव स्ट्रगल करती हुई हमें दिखाई दी, वो जब आ गई तो पूरे मिनट पॉइंटर्स के साथ नहीं आ पाई, और वो टीमें जिन्होंने वेस्टर्न साइड से साउथ वेस्टर्न या नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न साइड से एंट्री ली, उनको बड़ा फायदा हासिल होता है।
आप बिल्कुल दुरुस्त कह रहे हैं। वहीं पर आप गीके को देखें कि कहाँ पर उतरे थे और कहाँ पर आकर उन्होंने अपने मैच को ख़त्म किया है। नोवो रिपनॉय ये टीम उतरी थी, वहाँ से चलते चलते दूसरे कोने में दुनिया के पहुँचे। लेकिन खैर 22 कुल पॉइंट्स एरिना अपने नाम कर लेकर जाती है। 13 पॉइंट्स BTR ने भी अखज़ किए इस मैच से। TT प्रोजेक्ट 12 पॉइंट्स, हालांकि मुझे लग रहा था इससे कई ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स होंगे TT प्रोजेक्ट के पास, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली या फॉर्चुनेटली आप कह लें कि डिसेंट नंबर निकाला गया है उनकी तरफ से भी। गीके 9 पॉइंट्स निकाल पाए हैं। S2G, उल्फ, GSTR 9, 5 और 5 पॉइंट्स, 5 ही पॉइंट्स। टीम 4 थ्राइव्स निकाल कर लेकर गई है। होरा स्पोर्ट्स इससे कहीं ज़्यादा बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस दिखानी है, जैसे कमबैक अरीना ने कर दिखाया है। होरा स्पोर्ट्स भी एक मैच अगर इतने पॉइंट्स निकाल ले, 12 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स और चिकन डिनर निकाल ले अगर होरा स्पोर्ट्स, तो वो भी आपको #2-3 पर आते दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन खैर 107 पॉइंट्स के ऊपर पहला पायदान लॉक है। अभी भी 68 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स और 68 किसी के टोटल पॉइंट्स नहीं हो पाए हैं। हाँ, अगले मैच के बाद यू नेवर नो शायद टीम 4 थ्राइव्स अगले मैच में चिकन डिनर कर यहीं पर ही फुल स्टॉप लगा दे सारे कंपटीशन को। बट व्हाट अ कमबैक बाय अरीना, अलादीन सराहना जरूर पड़ेगा।
जहाँ एरिना को अप्रिशिएट करेंगे, वहीं पर अगर बात करें TT प्रोजेक्ट की, वो भी #4 पर आ चुके हैं, जो कि एक अच्छी चीज़ तो है। लेकिन अरोरा गेमिंग, इट इज़ गेटिंग टू लेट फॉर देम कि वो हमें पॉइंट्स टेबल पे कमबैक करते हुए दिखाई दें। पीछे 4 ही मैचेस पड़े हुए हैं, 2 मैचेस आज के दिन के हो चुके हैं। प्रेशर अब बढ़ता हुआ दिखाई देगा अरोरा गेमिंग के ऊपर भी। लेकिन सेकंड पेज पर जाएंगे 721, अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो नीचे से नीचे का सफर ही तय करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। हमने उनको थर्ड स्पॉट पर एक टाइम पर देखा था, करते करते अब वो सेकंड पेज पर आ चुके हैं, और इसके बाद और ज़्यादा नीचे भी जा सकते हैं, क्योंकि अगर आप नीचे देखें गीके के पास 45 पॉइंट्स दिखाई दे रहे हैं, ज़्यादा पीछे नहीं है गीके। इवन S2G की बात करें आप आदि, 45 पॉइंट्स के साथ वो भी हैं। कई टीमें हमें 40 पॉइंट्स के आसपास दिखाई दे रही हैं, यानी कि वो आसानी डिथ्रोन करती हुई दिखाई दे सकती हैं। 721 उनको एज सुन एज पॉसिबल कमबैक करना होगा। लेकिन मैच नंबर 9 कुछ ही मोमेंट्स से हमारे सामने आगाज लेकर जाएगा। एरंगल के मैप पर ये मैच खेला जाएगा। आदि एक चीज़ मैं आपको बताना चाह रहा था काफ़ी टाइम से, 4 थ्राइव्स इस सारे कंपटीशन के अंदर अगर आप टोटल मैचेस की बात करें, जिन मैचेस में उन्होंने पॉइंट निकाले हैं, वो उनके 7 मैचेस हैं। ये उनके 7 मैचेस के पॉइंट्स हैं, बिकॉज कल के दिन 4 थ्राइव्स ने एक मैच में 0 पॉइंट के ऊपर एग्जिट लिया था। अगर उस मैच में 0 पॉइंट पे एग्जिट ना लिया जाता, रिजल्ट्स और ज्यादा खतरनाक हो सकते थे। लेकिन चलें, इफ्स एंड बट्स को साइड पर रखकर जो रियलिटी है उसकी बात करते हैं। यस, देयर इज अ ह्यूज लीड, लेकिन इसी तरह 5, 7, 10 पॉइंट्स निकालते रहने हैं हर मैच के अंदर, क्योंकि अगर स्मैश टेबल एक्टिवेट ना हुआ तो उसके अलावा भी तो जीतना है, और जीत के लिए आपको जरूरी है कि आप GT50 Pro को एक बार ट्राई जरूर करें। GT50 Pro इन्फिनिक्स की तरफ से ये डिवाइस लाई गई है तमाम तरी स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर्स, उनके लिए मेरे ख्याल से ये इस डिवाइस को हासिल करना ऐसे ही है जैसे कोई चीट कोड आपको दे दिया जाए, क्योंकि जब आप इससे प्रैक्टिस करेंगे, हाथ सेट करेंगे, कोई इंटरनेशनल इवेंट आएगा, आपने उसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया तो पता चलेगा इसी डिवाइस के ऊपर इवेंट चल रहा है। इससे ज्यादा आसान और क्या हो सकता है आदि आपके लिए?
बिल्कुल आप दुरुस्त कह रहे हैं, एक शानदार डिवाइस आप लोग भी हासिल कर सकते हैं। हासिल करने के लिए पाकिस्तान में भी रेडिली अवेलेबल है। लॉन्च किया गया था पबजी मोबाइल ग्लोबल ओपन जो साउथ एशिया फाइनल्स हुए थे उसके मेन स्टेज अरीना में ही ये डिवाइस, वो पहला दिन था जब इसको लॉन्च किया गया GT50 Pro को। और अभी फिलहाल के लिए इन सभी प्लेयर्स के हाथों में भी यही एक डिवाइस आपको देखने को मिलेगा। बट खैर तैयारी पकड़ चुके हैं वंस अगेन सारे के सारे खिलाड़ी, लेकिन हर एक का दिल बड़ी जोर से धड़क रहा है क्योंकि जो आप सोच कर आए हैं वैसा शायद होना, और टीम 4 थ्राइव्स जो सोच करके आई है, जो वो कारनामा सरंजाम उन्होंने दिया है, उसकी बदौलत शायद ये मैच इस सारे पबजी मोबाइल ग्लोबल ओपन सीजन 1 मेन इवेंट का आखिरी मैच साबित हो सकता है। इट ऑल डिपेंड्स ऑन टीम 4 थ्राइव्स, वो किस तरह से खेलते हैं एंड क्या टीम 4 थ्राइव्स से कोई ड्रॉप क्लैश लेने के लिए आगे बढ़ता आपको दिखाई देगा, आइए जानते हैं। लेकिन सेकंड गेम ऑफ द डे बिगिंस, खवातीनो हजरात, थर्ड गेम ऑफ द डे बिगिंस। इन फैक्ट आई एम रियली सॉरी अबाउट दैट, 9वां मैच है ये। इसके बाद 3 अदद गेम्स और बाकी रह जाएंगे। 4 थ्राइव्स चाहे चिकन डिनर आए या ना आए, पॉइंट्स निकाल कर जाने हैं। तकरीबन 8 पॉइंट्स अगर इस मैच से निकाल कर लेकर चली जाए टीम 4 थ्राइव्स, आई वुड से अभी भी वो बहुत ज़्यादा सेफ है। लेकिन जस्ट टू बी ऑन द सेफर एंड, जहाँ पर वो जितना दूर जा सकते हैं सेकंड स्पॉट से, यस जस्ट टू बी मोर सेफर, जितना दूर जा सकते हैं वो सेकंड स्पॉट से उतना दूर जाने की कोशिश उनको करते रहना है। लेकिन ग्रैंड फाइनल्स मैच नंबर 9 आपकी स्क्रीन के ऊपर प्लेन पाथ आ चुका है।
फ्लाइट पाथ हमारे सामने आ चुका है खवातीनो हजरात। सिडनी से ये फ्लाइट पाथ आगे बढ़ता हुआ दिखाई देगा ऑल द वे टू माइमोर्स। लेकिन साथ ही साथ सर्कल की बात करें, it is either going to go towards Isna Poliana Mansion school side or it can go towards Novo Milta farm side. ये जगह जो है वो सर्कल की तरफ से इख्तियार की जा सकती है। इन द केस सर्कल अगर हॉस्पिटल आता है, चोरचपुल आता है, तो once again we will see a repetitive circle, but let's see what happens. सर्कल क्या हमें यासनाया मैंशन साइड पर जाता हुआ दिखाई देता है, और is it going to go towards Novo military base side? बट वहीं पर आदि वो ड्रॉप क्लैश, वो अर्ली ऑन फाइट क्या कोई देखने को मिलती है? अरोरा बिल्कुल 40 के आसपास जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। अरोरा के प्लेयर्स क्या वो यहाँ पर 40 के साथ ड्रॉप क्लैश लेने वाले हैं आदि? बिकॉज दे आर ग्लाइडिंग सो क्लोज टू 4 थ्राइव्स, दे आर रियली क्लोज टू 4 थ्राइव्स। हाँ, यहाँ से गाड़ियाँ लेकर अरोरा मिलिट्री साइड जा सकती है, ये ऑप्शन नंबर 1 है। ऑप्शन नंबर 2 है कि वो यहाँ पे उतरें, एक गन फाइट लें, 4 थ्राइव्स को एलिमिनेट करने की कोशिश करें। लेकिन IQ, oh yes, it's a drop clash, it's an intentional drop clash, there we go। लेकिन realize करेंगे IQ, and there's a reason why this guy has IQ in his name। Instantly उनकी तरफ से गाड़ियां लेकर उतरे, फॉल बैक कर लिया जाता है। Yes, they were expecting आदि, they were expecting
100%। और ये बैकअप प्लान था उनका। काफी देर तक आपने देखा होगा कि ग्लाइड किया है 2-3 प्लेयर्स ने टीम 4 थ्राइव्स के, कि जब तक कंफर्म नहीं हुआ कि जो भी टीम उतर रही है, ऑब्वियसली उनको अंदाज़ा हो चुका है कि दिस इज़ अरोरा गेमिंग। ऑब्वियसली वही इस तरह के इतना जो कॉन्फिडेंस है वो अरोरा के पास ही है भाई इस पूरे लॉबी के अंदर। और इससे पहले भी पास में हमें ये ड्रॉप क्लैश एक राइवलरी में तब्दील होता दिखाई दिया है। बट खैर अभी के लिए टीम 4 थ्राइव्स, दिक्कत थोड़ी बहुत ये है कि 4 थ्राइव्स के 2 अदद खिलाड़ी फेरी पेयर्स हैं, 2 अदद खिलाड़ी उनके वो 12 कॉम्पाउंड्स पर हैं। एंड दिस इज ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ दिस स्ट्रैटेजी, बिकॉज अगर उन 12 कॉम्पाउंड्स के ऊपर डायरेक्टेड ड्रॉप क्लैश होता, दैट इज मोर रिस्कियर। दैट इज वाई टीम 4 थ्राइव्स ने अपने 2 अदद खिलाड़ियों को फेरी पेयर्स उतरने का बोला, थोड़ा अलग उतरने का बोला। बट खैर अभी के लिए मैप फीड देखकर ये वाजे हो चुका है कि टीम अरोरा वहाँ पर उतरे थे व्हीकल्स ही लेने के लिए, एंड अब वो मिलिट्री बेस जा रहे हैं।
मुझे नहीं लगता कि वो व्हीकल्स लेने के लिए उतरे थे, बिकॉज दे लैंडेड ऑन अ कॉम्पाउंड। यस, जब उन्होंने रियलाइज किया कि 4 थ्राइव्स यहाँ से फॉल बैक कर रही है, तो फिर उन्होंने सोचा कि अब चेस गेम खेलना इज नॉट गोना बी अ गुड थिंग। और ऑब्वियसली आप 4 के साथ चेस गेम नहीं खेल सकते, ये लॉबी ऐसी है कि आप किसी भी टीम के साथ चेस गेम नहीं खेल सकते जबकि उनके पास सारा प्लेयर्स इंटैक्ट हैं। सो टीम अरोरा जहाँ उनका फोकस था कि वो एज सुन एज पॉसिबल 4 थ्राइव्स को डील करें, वहीं पर उनका फोकस ये भी था खुद भी अच्छा खेलें, बिकॉज इस सारी सूरत हाल के अंदर वो 2nd, 3rd, 4th स्पॉट लूज नहीं करना। इवन अगर आप पहले स्पॉट पर आने की कोशिश करें, इट इज स्टिल डूएबल, आप कोशिश कर सकते हैं। आई मीन कोशिश करने में कोई महाल नहीं है, लेकिन 4 थ्राइव्स दे जस्ट नीड टू प्ले गुड। उनको बस कोशिश करनी है कि हर मैच के अंदर 10 से 12 पॉइंट्स एटलीस्ट निकाले जाएं। ज़्यादा वो जितने भी निकालें वो उनकी मेहनत है, वो अपने मनोरे मिन्नत खुद ही कुछ करते हुए कमाल दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन 721 वो हमारे सामने मौजूद हैं, एक अच्छी रोटेशन करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन अर्ली ऑन रोटेट करते हुए ये टीम दिखाई दे रही है, वो फाइट जो कि इनकी बन सकती थी उसको अवॉइड किया गया। 721 लेटली हम देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरह से सरप्राइज करते हुए हमें स्टार्टिंग फेज में दिखाई दिए थे, उतना ही डिसअपॉइंट किया जा रहा है इनकी जानिब से। जहां पर हम इस टीम को देखते थे कि ये 12-12, 15-15 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स के आसपास जाती हुई नजर आती थी। अभी अनफॉर्चुनेटली 2-4 निकालना भी इनके लिए महाल हो रहा है, और उसकी सबसे बड़ी वजह टीम 721 वो प्रेशर लेते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। एट टाइम्स हमने उनको देखा कि उनके ऊपर टीमें स्लैमिंग कर रही होती हैं, उनको समझ नहीं आ रहा होता कि सिचुएशन में करना क्या है। हालांकि इससे पहले जब हमने इनको एग्रेसिव खेलते हुए देखा, दे वर मेकिंग श्योर कि वो जो भी टीम सामने ऐसे पॉइंट्स निकालें, साथ ही साथ वो एग्रेशन दिखाई दिया था। अगर आपको याद हो 721 ने जिन मैचेस में अच्छा खेला है, उन मैचेस में एग्रेशन दिखाकर अच्छा खेला है। ऐसा नहीं है कि जोन पकड़ लिया, बैठ गए, सर्कल आ गया तो अच्छा खेल लिया। नो, वो टीमों से जोन छीन रहे थे, वो फाइट्स ले रहे थे, वो एजिस पर रहकर एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स निकाल रहे थे। बट आई थिंक कंपटीशन में जब 6 मैचेस गुजर जाएं, 6 ही मैचेस रह जाएं और आप एक अच्छी जगह पर अपने आप को ना दिखाई दें, आप फाइट्स लूज कर रहे हो, तो फिर प्रेशर इस तरह से आता है कि उससे रिकवर करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है।
बिल्कुल आप ठीक कह रहे हैं अलादीन। एंड वहीं पर प्रेशर क्लियरली बहुत सी टीमों पर है। तुर्की रीजन से आप देखें कि 3 टीमें क्वालिफाई कर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में आई हैं, जिसमें से एक ही टीम हमें टॉप 5 के अंदर दिखाई दे रही है। बाकी दोनों नाम S2G GSTR से मैं कुछ ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था, लेकिन GSTR कंसिडरिंग कि ग्रुप स्टेजेस के अंदर उन्होंने डोमिनेशन तो दिखाई, लेकिन ऑब्वियसली जितना एक्सपीरियंस उनके पास मौजूद है, जो कि ना होने के ऑनेस्टली बराबर है। GSTR आप कह लें कि एक अंडरडॉग्स की सूरत में आए थे इस सारे कंपटीशन में, एंड GSTR उन्होंने ना सिर्फ ग्रुप स्टेजेस के अंदर डोमिनेशन दिखाई, लेकिन ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के अंदर ऑब्वियसली उनका ना परफॉर्म करना भी कहीं ना कहीं मैं कहूँगा कि जस्टिफाइड है। 41 पॉइंट्स अभी फिलहाल मौजूद हैं। BTR, होरा, फ्लैनम, ये 4 नाम हैं जिनको हम यूजुअली तलाश करते हैं। जब आप लीडर बोर्ड पर होरा को ढूंढने की कोशिश करेंगे तो आपकी ऑटोमेटिकली नज़र पहले पेज पर जाएगी कि शायद यार होरा ई-स्पोर्ट्स यहीं पर ही मौजूद होगे। लेकिन आप जब दूसरा पन्ना पलटते हैं इस सारी किताब का, तो होरा ई-स्पोर्ट्स फिर आपको आखिर पर दिखाई देती है। फ्लैश, पैंडम, ये दोनों वो नाम हैं जिन्होंने डोमिनेशन दिखाई थी ग्रुप स्टेजेस में, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली आई डोंट नो व्हाट हैपेंड, व्हाट हैज़ गॉन रॉन्ग, सो रॉन्ग कि वो आखिरी जो 4 स्पॉट्स हैं वहाँ पर ये 4 नाम आपको देखने को मिल रहे हैं। लेकिन खैर कुछ फाइट मजीद अर्ली ऑन निकालने की कोशिश की जा रही है। होरा ई-स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर बाल बच जाएंगे, जहाँ पर बूम ई-स्पोर्ट्स के खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर मौजूद थे ही। इंतज़ार, अगर थोड़ी देर के लिए ब्रेक्स लगती स्लीपी की तो शायद आपको स्लीपी एलिमिनेट होते दिखाई दे सकते थे। बट खैर बूम ई-स्पोर्ट्स अभी फिलहाल के लिए कोई भी एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट ना उठा पाएंगे। होरा ई-स्पोर्ट्स दे आर सेफ एंड साउंड। 64 के 64 प्लेयर्स ही अभी तक के लिए इंटैक्ट हैं। कोई भी एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट पहला नहीं निकल कर आया है अभी तक इस गेम का।
कोई फाइट लेना ही नहीं चाह रहा आदि, किसी की भी जानिब से फाइट को प्रायोरिटाइज किया ही नहीं जा रहा, विच इज़ अ गुड थिंग। लेकिन 4th राइज उनके उज़ैफा को अपने लो HP होते हुए देखा। TT के शायद प्लेयर्स के सामने आए थे बिकॉज नियोज भी लो HP दिखाई देते हैं, बट इन एनी केस की जगह अच्छी नहीं है। इस जगह को जल्द अज जल्द छोड़ना होगा। सर्कल में एक बेहतर जगह की तलाश करना होगी। स्पेसिफिकली अगर मिल जाता है वो हार्ड कवर, वो चंद कॉम्पाउंड्स, ऑल्दो सर्कल अभी अपना पहला ही शिफ्ट लेकर गया है। स्टेज 2 कुछ सेकंड्स में इन प्ले आता हुआ दिखाई देगा, क्लियरली मीन्स कि आपके पास एम्पल ऑफ स्पेस है, ढेरों कॉन्स हैं जहां आप जा सकते हैं। लेकिन जिस तरह से वो खेल रहे हैं मुझे तो नहीं लगता कि वो चिकन डिनर लेना चाहते हैं। दे आर मोर फोकस्ड ऑन गेटिंग एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स। लेकिन फलक पकड़े जाएंगे, फलक को अटैक पड़ेगा। फलक यहाँ पर नॉक होते हुए दिखाई देते हैं। IQ की गाड़ी भी थोड़ी सी यहाँ पर डैमेज लेती है, लेकिन T24 is coming in for the rescue. TT on the other side is coming in for a slam-in. TT slam-in देना चाह रही है, which is not a good idea. I mean, okay, गाड़ी में बिठाकर 4th राइव के प्लेयर्स फॉल बैक तो कर जाते हैं, लेकिन TT के FS सामने मौजूद, मुंह पर आ जाएंगे। पीछे 4th राइव के IQ फॉल बैक करते हैं। उज़ैफा क्या कर रहे हैं भाई? आग लगे बस्ती में, उज़ैफा अपनी मस्ती में। उनकी जानिब से टीम को कहा गया है कि भाई तुम लोग अपनी फाइट खुद देखो, मैं तो यहाँ से जा रहा हूँ भाई। लेकिन उज़ैफा अब आगे आते हैं। नाउ ही इज टॉकिंग। FS को नॉक कर दिया जाता है। FS को एलिमिनेट किया जा सकता है आसानी से, लेकिन गाड़ी लेकर अपना प्लेयर साथ उठाकर फॉल बैक करते हुए दिखाई देती है ये टीम। एंड उज़ैफा बहुत अच्छी तरह से कवर प्रोवाइड करते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, आपने देखा कि पहले जब TT के प्लेयर ने नॉकआउट किया था, FS ने ही नॉकआउट किया था टीम 4th राइव्स के प्लेयर्स को। उन्होंने स्लामन दिया और फिर टीम 4th राइव्स व्हीकल में बिठाकर उन्होंने फॉल बैक किया उस नॉकआउट प्लेयर के साथ ही। एंड यही चीज़ टीम TT करती दिखाई देती है। लेकिन अब फाइनली दे नाउ हैव साइंड अ पीस ट्रीटी। एक टेम्परेरी पीस ट्रीटी साइन ऑफ कर दी जा चुकी है। फॉल बैक करते साथ ही टीम 4th राइव्स वो भी ज़्यादा ओवर कमिटमेंट दिखाना नहीं चाहते हैं सारे फाइट में। एंड सेम गोज फॉर टीम TT प्रोजेक्ट, 4थे नंबर पर हैं। वो भी बिल्कुल चाहेंगे कि नहीं कि वो चूंकि चाहे वो बेशक पहले पायदान पर नहीं जा सकते हैं, लेकिन ऑब्वियसली प्राइस पूल भी मैटर करता है, टॉप 3 में जाना भी मैटर करता है। एंड टीम टीटी प्रोजेक्ट इसी चीज़ को मद्देनजर रखते हुए अपना एक प्लेयर वहाँ से गंवाने के बाद फॉल बैक, इनफैक्ट अपना एक प्लेयर भी नहीं गंवाया बल्कि रिवाइवल दे दिया जा चुका है उस एक नॉकड आउट प्लेयर को। लेकिन खैर कुछ और मजीद फाइट्स मंजर आम पर निकल कर आएंगे, जहां पर टीम 7-1 उनकी एक फाइट बनेगी मिड रेंजेस में, कंपाउंड टू कंपाउंड एक फाइट चल रही है। टीम फुरिया वर्सेस 7-1 अपना एक खिलाड़ी नॉकआउट उनका हुआ है, यूटिलिटीज मजीद दागे जा रहे हैं एंड 7-1 के एलिको उनको भी पकड़ लिया जाएगा। टीम फुरिया यहां से बाआसानी 2 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स आपको उठाते दिखाई दे सकते हैं, लेकिन अतराफ में टीम पांडमी स्पोर्ट्स, टीम वुल्फी स्पोर्ट्स वो भी आ रहे हैं, स्काउट्स किए जा रहे हैं। फुरिया के ऊपर भी दिक्कतें बन सकती हैं अगर तो अपने कॉम्पाउंड्स के अतराफ उन्होंने फॉल बैक ना किया तो।
जहां जहां जिसको मौका मिल रहा है वो एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स कंफर्म करने के लिए आगे आता है। लेको जैसे आगे आएंगे फुरिया के आला की जानिब से एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट कंफर्म कर लिया जाएगा। फुरिया अपने नाम दूसरा एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट दर्ज करेगी, लेकिन कहीं दूर चीफ की जानिब से स्पॉट कर लिया जाता है ओरा के प्लेयर को और उनको पकड़कर सीधा लॉबी की तरफ भेज दिया जाएगा। ओरा स्पोर्ट्स इज ऑल्सो स्ट्रगलिंग, पहला प्लेयर नॉक हुआ, उनको ब्लीड आउट करने पे मजबूर किया जाएगा। और इतने लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस पे अगर आप नॉक निकाल के कंफर्म कर लेते हैं, जहां आपको अप्रिशिएट करना बनता है, वहीं पर ओपोनेंट टीम के सामने जो है वो ये एक बड़ा सवाल तो है। लेकिन इससे पहले कि एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट फुरिया के प्लेयर कंफर्म करते हैं, इनफैक्ट उनकी तरफ भी कंफर्म हो जाएगा, पीछे से थर्ड पार्टी करने के लिए अरोरा आ जाती है। अरोरा इज टेकिंग डाउन द प्लेयर्स ऑफ ओरा स्पोर्ट्स। ओरा का यहां पर बचना इम्पॉसिबल दिखाई देगा। देयर वी गो, ग्रेनेड्स आते हुए दिखाई देते हैं, लेकिन इस सब के बावजूद वो यहाँ पर कुछ कमाल करेंगे। उनकी जानिब से गाड़ी में बिठाकर प्लेयर को कॉल बैक तो कराया गया है, लेकिन जल्दी से हाथ लगाना होगा क्योंकि is not gonna survive। आसमान से गिरे खजूर में अटके उल्फ की जानिब से जहां एक एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट कंफर्म किया जाता है, वहीं पर दूसरा नॉकआउट निकालते हुए हमें दिखाई देती है टीम फुरिया स्पोर्ट्स। होरा is down to the last man standing, they are not gonna survive in this match। जी हाँ बिल्कुल, हो रहा है यहाँ पर सर्वाइव करती हुई दिखाई नहीं देगी इस मैच के अंदर, लेकिन दूसरी साइड पे फोर्थ राइट सर्कल में एंट्री लेती नजर आती है। ईस्टर्न साइड पे बीटीआर है, दूसरी साइड पे टीम ओरा स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स दिखाई देते हैं। क्यों वहां जाएंगे तो फिर एक एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट उनको भी मिल सकता है, लेकिन ध्यान देना है उस साइड पर एक बड़ा क्लस्टर फॉर्म होता हुआ नजर आएगा। वहां पर उल्फ है, वहां पर अरोरा है, वहां पर एस2जी के प्लेयर्स भी आ सकते हैं, वहां पर टीम 721 है, फुरिया है, बूम है, गोट है, सभी वहीं पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं। पॉइंट ऑफ कंटेंशन इज दैट एरिया जहां पर हमने ओरा को एलिमिनेट होते हुए देखा, लेकिन फोर्थ राइव्स उसके बिल्कुल आसपास जूझते हुए नजर आती है। फोर्थ राइव्स को भी ध्यान देना है, इस फाइट के क्लस्टर में फंसना नहीं है, वरना यहां से निकल पाना मुश्किल जरूर होगा। लेकिन दूसरी साइड पर हो रहा कि नो फियर आगे बढ़ेंगे। ये कुछ ट्रेंचेस हैं, कुछ ऐसा एरिया जहां पर कुछ स्टेयर्स हैं जहां वो आए हैं, इससे ज्यादा बुरी जगह कोई हो ही नहीं सकती। बिल्कुल जहाँ पर हो रहा कि सोलो सर्वाइव करने की कोशिश करते हुए दिखाई दे रही हैं। इट इज़ इम्पोर्टेंट कि वो किसी शैक में, किसी हार्ड कवर में चले जाएं जहाँ शायद उन्हें स्पॉट नहीं किया जाएगा उस तरह से। लेकिन ओपन में अगर आप बगी लगाते हैं, ऑब्वियसली एवरीबडी इज गोना चेक कि उसके पीछे कोई मौजूद तो नहीं, और बगी एक ऐसा व्हीकल भी नहीं है जिसके पीछे आप बड़े आराम से छुप जाएं। हाँ, अगर कोई हवर क्राफ्ट होता तो शायद आप वहाँ सर्वाइव कर पाते, लेकिन दूसरी साइड पर बूमी स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स की बात करें, वो भी चारों के चारों इंटैक्ट हैं। जोन उनसे दूर चला जाता है, सर्कल में उनको जाना है, और सर्कल में जाने के लिए ज़रूरी है कि जल्द से जल्द कोई बेहतर रास्ता इख्तियार किया जाए। सामने उनके उल्फ है, एक साइड पर उनके बूमी स्पोर्ट्स दिखाई दे रही है। बड़ी मुश्किलात बन सकती हैं इस साइड पर अगर डायरेक्ट सीधा जाकर जोन में स्लैम देने की कोशिश की गई, बिकॉज यहाँ पर ना सिर्फ थर्ड पार्टीज होंगी बल्कि सामने मौजूद टीमें भी आपके ऊपर नॉकआउट दर्ज करेंगी, और फिर सर्वाइव करना बहुत मुश्किल है। इस मोमेंट पे इस पॉइंट से रोटेशन करना ही सबसे बड़ी मुश्किल दिखाई दे रही है। लेकिन गोड स्क्वाड, उनके मॉक्सी लीडिंग द वे, रोड नेटवर्क्स को फॉलो करते हुए दिखाई देते हैं। उनकी तरफ से एक सर्टेनली अगर आप बात करें साउथ वेस्टर्न साइड से जो है वो एंट्री ली जा रही है, लेकिन दूसरी साइड पर बूमी स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर पैंडम के पास चले जाएंगे। ये फाइट बनती हुई दिखाई देगी ना। सो वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट दोस फाइट्स, जैसे कि हम बात कर रहे थे कि आसपास से क्लस्टर फॉर्म हो रहा है, किसी भी टीम के ऊपर कहीं से भी नॉकआउट निकल सकता है। जैसे ही गॉर्स को हमने देखा, उल्फ के प्लेयर भी गिर जाएंगे। फरिया, उल्फ, ये दोनों टीमें नॉकआउट आती हैं। को मिल सकता है, लॉस्ट की तरफ से स्प्रे दिया जाता है। वो ब्लंडर बाय लॉस्ट ना सिर्फ यहाँ अपनी पोजीशन दे देंगे, लेकिन साथ ही साथ नॉकआउट नहीं दर्ज कर पाएंगे। बट हम सीजी कमिंग फॉर द रेस्क्यू, a full on head गोल्ड एंड S2G जहां पर फोर्स आगे आते हैं, फोर्स से 2 नॉकआउट्स निकालते हैं, पीछे से कामिकाज़े मदद करने की कोशिश में, लेकिन फोर्स का ये 1 वर्सेस 3 और इस मैच से S2G को बाहर कर दिया जाएगा।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, एंड S2G जितना जल्दी आगे बढ़ रहे थे उतना ही जल्दी वापसी का रास्ता उनको दिखाया गया, लेकिन बूमी स्पोर्ट्स अनफॉर्चुनेटली मिड रेंजेस पर रहकर फ्लैश उनके ऊपर एक नॉकआउट निकालने में रहेगी कामयाब, लेकिन वहीं पर फ्लैश के आगे बढ़ते स्लैम एंड लोड करते दिखाई देंगे, लेकिन सर्कल फाइनली एक बार टीम 4 थ्राइव्स का साथ जरूर निभा कर जाता है, लेकिन बाक्याज पर से अरोरा आ रही है टीम 4 थ्राइव्स पर स्लैम इन देना वो चाहते जरूर हैं। IQ आगे बढ़ते स्पॉट डाउन उन्होंने किया है, कुछ हिट मार्कर्स उठते हमें दिखाई देते हैं सर्कल के साउदर्न एंड की जानिब से, जहां पर अरोरा वर्सेस 4 थ्राइव्स। सर्कल की तो ये जंग है ही है, लेकिन ये कंपटीशन को खत्म करने का सवाल भी है। पहला प्लेयर गिरा लिया जाएगा टीम 4 थ्राइव्स के हुजैफा। मिला करके टीम 4 थ्राइव्स जियोल को इस मैच से बाहर करने में रहेंगे कामयाब, लेकिन वहीं पर अभी भी कहानी खत्म नहीं हुई है। अरोरा को अंडर एस्टिमेट बिल्कुल भी किया जा सकता नहीं है, एंड अरोरा अपने 3 खिलाड़ियों पर भी बहुत ज्यादा खतरनाक साबित हो सकती है, लेकिन यहां पर बूम वर्सेस फ्लैश की फाइट में फ्लैश के टॉप जी अकेले ही आगे बढ़ करके सामना करते आपको देखने को मिल रहे हैं। जियोस बिल्कुल बैकयार्ड्स पर रहेंगे तो जरूर, लेकिन अभी के लिए टीम बूमी स्पोर्ट्स अपने प्लेयर्स को वापस से रिवाइवल देने में कामयाबी हासिल कर ली जा चुकी है, लेकिन व्हाट जस्ट हैपेंड, टीम 4 थ्राइव्स के ऊपर थर्ड पार्टी की जाती है। टीम उल्फ की साइड से एक खिलाड़ी एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगे, टीम अरोरा वहां से फॉल बैक कर टीम अरोरा दे जस्ट फॉल बैक, एक खिलाड़ी एलिमिनेट हुआ उनका और अरोरा वहां से फॉल बैक कर जाती है। टीम 4 थ्राइव्स ने मजबूर किया अरोरा को कि वो उस जानिब स्लैम इन ना दे, लेकिन अब बात आ चुकी है 40 वर्सेस उल्फ की।
एब्सोल्युटली उल्फ स्पोर्ट्स टेबल पर compete करती हुई दिखाई देती है। हैश पर ये टीम मौजूद है, लेकिन सामने फ्लैश वर्सेस बूम दिखाई देता है, बूम बूम ग्रेनेड स्पैम किया जाएगा उनकी जानिब से, ऑल्दो कनेक्शन नहीं मिलता। वेन ऑन द अदर साइड गाड़ी के नीचे देकर प्लेयर्स को एलिमिनेट करना चाहते हैं, यस एक प्लेयर को किया भी जाएगा। यमी रन इज द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग फॉर मून साइड, जिनको एलिमिनेट करना है, लेकिन उनकी जानिब से फ्लैश के यूज को स्पॉट कर लिया जाता है। फ्लैश एक ऐसी फाइट जिसमें वो डोमिनेट कर रहे थे, अनफॉर्चुनेटली एक प्लेयर को इग्नोर करना थोड़ा सा नुकसान पहुंचाता है, लेकिन टाइमली बगी में बिठाया जाएगा। क्या सर्कल में जा सकते हैं, क्या सर्कल में जा सकते हैं, नहीं जा पाएंगे। पीछे से स्प्रे डाउन किया जाएगा और फ्लैश के ऊपर इनफैक्ट दूसरा नॉकआउट भी दर्ज कर दिया जाता है, लेकिन उल्फ वर्सेस टीम 4 थ्राइव्स, दिस इज गोइंग टू बी एन इंपॉर्टेंट फाइट। पीछे अरोरा के प्लेयर्स मौजूद हैं, दो साइड से 4 थ्राइव्स इज पंच, अरोरा इज कमिंग इन, गाड़ियां लेकर उनकी तरफ से आधी इस्लाम इन दिया जाएगा। और अगर ऐसा होता है उल्फ की थर्ड पार्टी 4 थ्राइव्स क्या यहां बच पाएंगे, लेकिन पीछे से गोड स्क्वाड आ जाती है। गोड की जानिब से उल्फ के ऊपर थर्ड पार्टी कर दी जाएगी। अभी तक के लिए तो उल्फ रुकेगी, थोड़ा सा संभलेगी, वो खुद किसी फाइट में आने का सोचेंगे नहीं, पहले रीसेट किया जाएगा प्लेयर्स को, उसके बाद जवाब दिया जाएगा उस के ऊपर। लेकिन देयर वी गो, मैनियक विद द मिनी 14, पहला नॉकआउट दर्ज किया जाता है। फ्लैश उनके ऊपर गेमिंग स्टार की जानिब से वो डोमिनेशन दिखाई देगी, स्वाश आगे जाएंगे, विल टेक डाउन अनदर प्लेयर, फ्लैश इज डाउन टू द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग। और क्या ही खूबसूरत देखने को मिला, गेमिंग स्टार आउट ऑफ द सिलेबस आते हैं, सरप्राइज करते हैं फ्लैश को। वन इज last man standing and he has nowhere to go.